Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, My Crew is from Otherworld, by FanficLord03. Ryunosuke accidentally traveled to the world of One Piece and was bound to the god-level pirate crew system. My crew? Yeah, it's a little special. First Division, Night Raid, from the Akame ga Kill. Second Division, the Akatsuki, led by Pain, from the Naruto world. Third Division, the Seven Deadly Sins. Adios.
The strange resonance that had just echoed through Ryunosuke's body was unmistakable. It was coming from Shirahoshi. He could feel it clearly. The transformation was nearly complete. "Captain, do you want to come in?" Kun's deep, resonant voice rang out the moment Ryunosuke appeared before him. In the past, such communication would have required Ryunosuke to invoke the voice of all things. But now, as a wielder of Poseidon's power, he no longer needed it to speak with the Sea Kings directly. "Yeah," Ryunosuke nodded, his tone composed. Understanding the silent command, Kun opened his massive jaws. A thin, transparent film instantly spread across the entrance of his mouth. A unique ability of Sea Kings that acted like a deep-sea coating, preventing seawater from rushing in at crushing depths. Ryunosuke stepped inside without hesitation. Inside, the glowing cocoon of light still hovered quietly, but fine cracks had begun to spiderweb across its surface. It wouldn't be long now. Crack. Crack. A few soft snapping sounds echoed as the shell fragments of the light cocoon began to fall away. A pair of long, slender legs slowly emerged from within, followed by a familiar silhouette wrapped in cascading pink hair. Shirahoshi had curled up like a newborn, her breathing light and unsteady, but alive. And transformed. So she really did grow legs, Ryunosuke muttered. But there was something else. Shirahoshi wasn't just transformed, she was smaller, significantly so. She was no longer a towering giant, but closer to the height of a normal human woman. Still tall by comparison, but not the overwhelming mermaid princess she once was. This unexpected change left Ryunosuke briefly stunned. He had assumed that even if Shirahoshi gained legs, her sheer scale would remain intact. But apparently, not everything followed common logic. "Lord Ryunosuke, I have legs now." Shirahoshi's eyes fluttered open as she spotted him. Her expression lit up as she instinctively leapt into his arms, two soft mounds pressing into him with no hesitation. Ryunosuke's face twitched. Her innocence was dangerous. Any normal man would have lost their composure instantly. And Shirahoshi, with her stunning figure and naive nature, was an absolute menace. "Put on some clothes first," Ryunosuke said, keeping his voice firm but gentle. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a spare outfit. Because of her sudden size change, her old clothes, well, didn't exist anymore. And nudity was not an option with people like Sanji lurking outside. Shirahoshi finally realized her condition and squealed, turning beet red. She hurriedly slipped into the clothes Ryunosuke provided. The outfit, however, belonged to either Kuina or Akame, both smaller than Shirahoshi, even now. The result? The fabric clung tightly to her curves, accentuating every inch of her figure with an unintentional sensuality that made Ryunosuke look away for a moment. "Feeling all right?" he asked once she was decent. "I think so," Shirahoshi replied, then hesitated. "But now that I have legs, have I lost my ability as Poseidon? Can I still swim in the ocean?" Her tone carried a genuine worry, like a child unsure of her new place in the world. Ryunosuke furrowed his brow. That was a good question. Without waiting, he ordered Kun to open his mouth again. Then, holding Shirahoshi's hand, he swam out into the open ocean. What greeted them was astonishing. Massive shapes loomed in the shadows. Dozens, no, hundreds, of Sea Kings had gathered, their ancient eyes watching silently. "That's a lot of Sea Kings," Ryunosuke muttered under his breath. "Even I'm a little unsettled." They were 10,000 meters below the surface. At this depth, surrounded by beings this powerful, even he had to tread carefully. Suddenly, the Sea Kings shifted. Their enormous bodies moved aside, forming a path. "They say they want to return to Eve's base," Shirahoshi said softly, blinking. Should we follow them? Her voice was hesitant. She had just awakened into a new form and was still overwhelmed. Yeah, Ryunosuke replied. Let's go. Maybe I'll learn something. With the Sea Kings leading the way, the two descended toward the foot of the Eve tree once more. The air, no, the water, grew heavy, familiar. Joey boy, are you here again? A voice echoed directly into Ryunosuke's mind the moment his feet touched the ground. He didn't flinch. So it was you last time, he said, staring into the abyss. You're the one who called us here, aren't you? Correct. I am the first Joy boy. You may call me Joy. The voice was ancient yet warm, like a fire that refused to go out despite the winds of time. I've held onto this consciousness for centuries. If you hadn't come, I doubt I'd last another 2 years. As the voice spoke, Shirahoshi suddenly swayed. Lord Ryunosuke, I feel drowsy. She didn't even wait for his reply. Just lay down on the seafloor and closed her eyes, fast asleep. What? Ryunosuke frowned. Something didn't feel right. Even if Shirahoshi had been weakened by her transformation, she should have recovered by now. Why did she fall asleep the moment they arrived? Then came the voice again. Ryunosuke, what a strange name. Listen closely. What I'm about to say is your responsibility, as Joy Boy. Shirahoshi's body abruptly rose from the ground, but the voice that came from her lips was not her own. It was Joy's. Hey, Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam forming. You possessed her? He clenched his fists slowly. Let me explain, 900 years ago. Boom! Before Jor could finish, Ryunosuke's conqueror's haki burst outward in a shockwave, crashing against Shirahoshi's body like a thunderclap. A spiritual force surged from him, targeted, controlled, and merciless. A translucent figure was violently expelled from Shirahoshi's body and flung backward into the abyss. Ryunosuke rushed forward and caught Shirahoshi in his arms. She was unconscious, breathing weakly, but otherwise unharmed. He glared at the fading ghostly form in front of him. I knew something was off the moment we got here, Ryunosuke said coldly. I can hear all things. If you wanted to talk, you could have done it without trying to invade her. Joey boy, we're both human. Why stop me? Joy's voice remained calm, almost regretful. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. If I hadn't stopped you, would you have still been my ally? He asked mockingly. He didn't wait for an answer. The waves of haki surged again, wrapping around his fists. If this first Joy boy wanted a fight, then he'd give him one. At the mention of the word ally, the shadow fell silent. Would you like to hear my story? The phantom eventually asked, voice low and timeless. Just give me the key points, Ryunosuke replied coldly. I don't have the patience to sit here while you slowly recover. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Shirahoshi and flung her into the air. Whoosh! Kun, who had been waiting above, opened his mouth and swallowed her whole, then vanished into the deep sea. It was too risky to leave Shirahoshi here. Ryunosuke didn't know what other tricks this ghost had up its sleeve, but the earlier possession attempt had already set every alarm bell ringing. I'm only a fragment of consciousness, the phantom said. I can't harm you. But that conqueror's haki of yours really is troublesome. TCH. Ryunosuke kept his arms crossed but stayed on guard. 900 years ago, I was an adventurer like you, the shadow continued. Though these days, I suppose you call them pirates. The phantom didn't wait for Ryunosuke's response. He continued speaking, lost in his own tale. Back then, during the first generation of Joy Boy, the Poseidon was called Lanes. At that time, the Joy Boy of Poseidon and the Joy Boy of Pluto traveled together, sailing toward an unknown continent across the Grand Line. But then, he came, Uranus, and beside him, a man. A man who called himself God. These two were beings who stood at the peak of the world. Yet even then, the phantom had felt a chilling sense of death simply standing before this so-called God. The battle began without warning. There was no conversation, no diplomacy, just bloodlust. Both Joy Boys knew something was wrong, they didn't know the reason. But they could feel it. A storm was brewing. A Joy Boy of Pluto? Ryunosuke muttered. His eyes narrowed. I thought carrying the name Joy Boy already meant having a godlike status. And you're telling me there were two? 3, the phantom corrected him. The one who called himself God was the third. He controlled Uranus. And not just that. He wielded a weapon unlike any we had ever seen, a colossal warship from beyond the stars. Beyond the stars? Yes. It was then we realized. There are other worlds. And the people of those worlds had already mastered the technology to invade ours. The Phantom's voice grew heavier. To protect this sea, to prevent our world from becoming a colony, the war began. What followed was the tale of an apocalyptic battle. The world's strongest fighters gathered. Their battlefield, a place now known as Raftel. It wasn't a land of treasure or a grand kingdom as legends described. It was a graveyard. A place where titans clashed and history was erased. Countless warriors perished. Outsiders were slaughtered in droves. Poseidon and Pluto sacrificed everything to hold off the rampaging Uranus. And the first Joy Boy, this ghost before Ryunosuke, led 12 legendary warriors in a suicidal charge against God himself. No one knew how it ended, but when it was over, the world had changed. The red line rose from the ocean. The calm belt formed. The seas were divided. The 12 warriors vanished. So did Uranus, Pluto, and Poseidon. Only the name Joy Boy remained. And soon after, the world government emerged from the ashes. What followed was the blank century. 100 years erased from the records, brutally cleansed by fire and blood. The ones who opposed were wiped out. The ones who remained became ignorant bystanders. Only the ancient script carried the truth forward, eventually reaching Ohara and sealing its fate. The Phantom paused. "Are you done recovering?" Ryunosuke asked, arms still folded. Story aside, it was well told. "But what's your next move?" Though he'd appeared calm, Ryunosuke had been on high alert the entire time. This presence, this so-called first Joy Boy, felt just as dangerous as I am. No, perhaps even more so. Nothing more, the Phantom answered. After failing to control Shirahoshi, I no longer have the energy to attempt it again. I only told you all this to pass on the burden and reconnect the ocean. The calm belt, before the sentence could finish, the shadow vanished. Gone? Ryunosuke immediately activated his observation haki, and at the same time, summoned the voice of all things. Silence. No sign of the Phantom's presence. Even the dim light that once bathed the ancient ruins had faded. Now, seawater trickled in from cracks, beginning to flood the chamber. Within minutes, the entire space would be swallowed by the ocean. He just disappeared. Buzz. Ryunosuke frowned. He couldn't be sure whether the Phantom was truly gone or simply hiding again. Either way, he wasn't taking any chances. He released another pulse of Conqueror's haki, a shockwave of spiritual pressure that rattled the ruins around him. The force crackled across the water, shaking the seabed. If there was still a trace of that consciousness left, it wouldn't survive this. The repeated use of haki made his vision blur slightly. He bit his lip. If he left without confirming the Phantom's destruction, he'd never be at ease. Without hesitation, he popped open a vial of life essence and drank it. Whoom! Power surged through him once more, restoring stamina, refreshing the mind. Ryunosuke clenched his fists and roared, blasting another wave of pure haki. "You want to lie low? Dream on." Suddenly, the shadow flickered back into view, its form unstable. "Enough," it roared. "Why are you doing this? There's no enmity between us." The once calm figure now looked twisted, infuriated. "I attacked Shirahoshi only to pass the message. If you had let me speak through her, none of this would have happened." "Oh, so now it's my fault?" Ryunosuke sneered. "You tried to hijack her body. That's not a message, that's possession." "There was no harm meant. There was intent," Ryunosuke countered. "You crossed the line the moment you used her as a vessel." His gaze sharpened like a blade. "There's no going back from that. And I told you, I don't kill unnecessarily, but I won't let you walk away either." Boom! A final burst of haki surged from him. This time, it was focused, narrow, piercing. The Phantom let out a distorted scream as its form unraveled, torn apart by the force. Then, nothing. Silence returned. The sea poured into the hollow, erasing all evidence of what had transpired. Ryunosuke floated in the middle of the collapsing space, panting lightly. Even with his enhanced mental strength and the essence of life, that had drained him. He wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. "Too close," he muttered. If it had been someone else, someone without conqueror's haki or without caution, they would have been played by that spirit, manipulated into who knows what. The story that Phantom had told, part of it felt true, but the other part, fabricated, half-lies wrapped in sweet truths. Who is the joy boy of Pluto? And if I am isn't the one on the throne, then who is? And more than that, the mention of the red line and the calm belt raised another flag. When Ryunosuke had been in the Valley of the Gods, he'd learned secrets buried beneath the red line. And now he was beneath the very same landmass. Could there be something hidden beneath the red line, something connected to all of this? His fists tightened. For the first time, Ryunosuke felt the storm of world secrets start to overwhelm even him. After racking his brain for answers and still coming up short, Ryunosuke decided not to linger any longer. The moment he stepped out of the ancient ruins, the colossal trunk of the Eve tree began to shift. The open fissure that had led him into its depths sealed itself, the bark closing seamlessly as if it had never been disturbed. A low, ancient voice echoed in his ears. "Thank you." Ryunosuke paused and turned back. That voice, was it from Eve itself? He offered a faint smile and a respectful nod to the great tree, then turned and left. Not long after, Ryunosuke returned to Kun's location. "Captain, Lord Poseidon has recovered," Kun reported with a low, steady tone. Shirahoshi had fully awakened. Her complexion was no longer pale, and her breathing had stabilized. She looked much better. "Lord Ryunosuke, what just happened?" she asked, blinking in confusion. "I remember feeling sleepy, and then everything went dark." "A lingering consciousness," Ryunosuke said simply. "It claimed to be the first Joy Boy, and tried to take control of your body." His voice was calm, but there was a hint of irritation beneath the surface. "Shirahoshi, you need to learn to be cautious around others, especially when they approach you with a kind face." "Why?" she asked innocently. Her confusion was genuine. Shirahoshi had lived her whole life under Neptune's protection, surrounded by guards and doting brothers. As the princess of Fishman Island, danger had always been something kept far from her. She had never needed to be suspicious, never needed to doubt anyone's intent. Ryunosuke sighed. "I'll explain it all to you in time," he said, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "There are things in this world that you'll need to understand, especially now that you've joined our crew." With that, he climbed onto Kun's back, helping Shirahoshi up beside him. "Let's head back to Fishman Island." By the time they arrived, Najenda had already taken care of the preparations. Supplies were loaded, repairs were complete, and the crew was waiting. But that wasn't all. Standing nearby were several tall figures, Shirahoshi's older brothers, including the serious but kind-hearted Fukaboshi, and his two siblings. "Brother," Shirahoshi blinked. "Why are you all here? I'm the one leaving, not you." Fukaboshi stepped forward with a bittersweet smile. "Father won't be coming to see you off," he said. "But he asked us to deliver a few things in his place." He held out a small chest. "There are things you might already have aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship, but still, they're from home." He looked at her seriously. "Out there, listen to Captain Ryunosuke. Don't act recklessly, and Shirahoshi." Fukaboshi's eyes began to glisten. "We know how emotional you can get. Just try not to cry too much, okay?" The others tried to hold back their tears, but failed. Shirahoshi clenched her fists. "I'm not the same crybaby anymore," she declared. "I'm going to follow Lord Ryunosuke and grow stronger. I'll protect others just like he does." Fukaboshi wiped his eyes and laughed. "You've grown brave, Shirahoshi." Though her eyes welled up with tears, she resisted the urge to cry. "I won't cry, not now," she whispered, smiling through trembling lips. "You're the bravest of us all," Fukaboshi said proudly. He turned to Ryunosuke. "Captain Ryunosuke, please take care of our little sister." "I will," Ryunosuke replied with a nod. "Kun," with a booming roar, Kun opened his mouth wide. The massive ship of God and the Thousand Sunny were swallowed in an instant. With that, the Dragon Hunter pirates departed Fishman Island. Far behind them, in the fading coral light, Neptune stood alone. Tears streamed silently down his face. He didn't want Shirahoshi to see him cry. Not today. The voyage to the surface was smooth. No sea kings attacked. No currents disturbed them. Before long, they broke through the depths and emerged in the blazing sunlight of the new world. Whoa! Luffy's eyes sparkled. So this is the new world? The ocean we're going to conquer next, Usopp shouted. Ha ha ha, hey, brother, look over there. So many navy ships, Ace pointed in the distance. You won't see that on the Grand Line. But Luffy's excitement quickly turned into suspicion. Wait a minute, he said, scratching his head. Why are there so many warships here? This place isn't even close to Marine headquarters. These aren't just regular patrols, Robin noted, adjusting her sunglasses. Those are Buster Call-class vessels. This is a military blockade. You think they're here for us? Frankie asked. Doubt it, Ryunosuke said with a sigh. This has Sabo written all over it. Sabo? Luffy tilted his head. What about him? Ryunosuke gave him a teasing grin. Did I forget to mention? Sabo said he'd be waiting for us here. Ace chuckled. It's been a while since the four of us had a proper reunion. Luffy blinked. Wait, Sabo's alive. Yeah, Ryunosuke said, scratching his chin. I thought I told you years ago. Luffy's jaw dropped. He had spent years thinking Sabo had died in that explosion. He and Ace had mourned him. They'd cried, screamed, and sworn never to forget. But Ryunosuke had always insisted he was alive. Luffy had believed him, at first. But time passed. Doubts grew. He never asked again, afraid it would bring up old pain. And now, thud! A figure landed on the deck of the ship of God. Long time no see, came a warm voice. Brother, Ace, Luffy. Luffy turned around slowly. His eyes widened. Sabo. He rushed forward, tears flying as he flung himself into Sabo's arms. You idiot, Luffy wailed. You're really alive. Sabo grinned and ruffled his hair. You're still the same crybaby as always. Nami and the others, standing nearby, covered their faces. Just moments ago, they had thought Luffy was cool, but now. Let's compare. Ryunosuke, stoic, powerful, mysterious. A captain whose very name struck fear into the world government. Ace, the Fire Fist, feared across the seas, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sabo, now revealed as the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, calm and composed with a sharp tongue and sharper fists. And then, Luffy. A rubbery, crybaby goofball who clung to his brother's chest like a wet towel. Maybe Garp did drop him on his head one too many times, Nami whispered. No wonder he turned out like this, Sanji sighed. The captain really is the lowest on the ship, Zoro muttered. Alright, Ryunosuke interrupted. Luffy, dry your face. Sabo, explained the mess. Sabo looked over the deck, then glanced toward the distant warships. Ah, right. They're here for me, he said casually, tossing the wanted poster onto the deck. His bounty. 1 billion berries. Nami nearly fainted. You what? Sabo smirked. My face got exposed during the Impel Down raid. The world government wasn't too happy about it. Chief of Staff, Revolutionary Army, Robin muttered, reading the fine print. So it's true. I guess that makes me a high-value target now, Sabo shrugged. The crew fell silent for a moment. After hearing Sabo's explanation, Ryunosuke nodded quietly. It made sense. He too had been involved in the assault on Impel Down. Their actions had sent tremors through the world government, and now the waves were catching up. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side. That ship. That's the Dragon Hunter pirates, isn't it? Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates is with them too. Both have bounties in the billions. Should we retreat? You're not seriously suggesting we fight them, are you? The moment the naval forces spotted Ryunosuke's fleet, panic began to spread among the ranks. The Dragon Hunter pirates alone were a threat few dared to face. But now, with Fire Fist Ace and Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, standing alongside them, no one here had the will to engage. Some of the younger officers, fresh from training, gripped their rifles tightly with trembling fingers. This was their first deployment, and it looked like it would be their last. Then, a chilling presence stepped forward from one of the main vessels. He wore a vice admiral's coat, but what caught everyone's attention were the sharp claw-like gauntlets on his hands and the violent, blood-soaked aura surrounding him. I want to see for myself if these so-called dragon hunters are as terrifying as they say, the man muttered. Vice Admiral Kashiguna, please reconsider, his adjutant said urgently. Even if we retreat, HQ won't blame us. That crew, they're monsters. The adjutant wasn't some green rookie. He had once encountered the dragon hunters from a distance when they bypassed naval forces and stormed straight into Mariajoy. He'd never forgotten that overwhelming presence. And now they were directly in front of them. But Kashiguna only clicked his tongue. HMPH. What kind of navy turns tail and runs when facing pirates? If we flee here, we might as well disband the entire fleet. He turned to his men and roared, prepare to fire. Back on the ship of God, Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. So, we've got a new vice admiral playing hero, he muttered. His figure flickered, and in the next second, he was gone. Are you the commander of this little fleet? Ryunosuke's voice suddenly echoed behind Kashiguna. The vice admiral froze. Ryunosuke stood calmly behind him, arms crossed, his presence suffocating. Brand new vice admiral. Got claws, a coat, and an ego. But not much else, I see. You, how dare you sneak, Shing? Before Kashiguna could finish his sentence, a blur of silver and flame swept through the air. Tsukuyomi materialized beside Ryunosuke, her blade already plunged deep into the vice admiral's chest. The next instant, black fire erupted from the wound, engulfing his body. He didn't even get a chance to scream before disintegrating into cinders. Ryunosuke glanced at the terrified adjutant still rooted in place. And you? He asked, his tone casual. I think I've seen your face before. I'm Captain Rudy, sir, Ryunosuke stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. Take your men, and go home. Rudy stared, dumbfounded. The Navy's justice, Ryunosuke said. It's been hijacked. It no longer deserves your loyalty. Go back to your hometown, tend to your fields. Protect your family. You'll do far more good there than wasting your life here. With those words, Ryunosuke vanished once more. He had better things to do, like drink. Go home. And farm? Rudy repeated those words under his breath. His mind spun. The Navy had allowed countless atrocities, including slavery, to flourish for decades. Yet it wasn't the world government, nor the admirals, who had put an end to it. It was a pirate crew. The dragon hunter pirates had ended the slave trade, freed entire regions, and done what the Navy was supposed to. Maybe this really is the end of the old Navy, Rudy muttered. His hands clenched, then slowly loosened. Let's go home. He turned around, barking orders to the other soldiers. I'm done chasing shadows, and he wasn't the only one. Several other Marines, shaken by the scene, silently agreed. Some even wept, not out of fear, but from the weight of realization. They weren't the heroes anymore. Elsewhere, in the royal palace of Dressrosa, the atmosphere was strangely calm. In one of the grand halls, Doflamingo stood casually near the window, his shades hiding his eyes as he looked over the city below. Behind him, Law stood frozen in place. Mr. Corazon, he muttered. Doflamingo grinned. Rosinante, your little fanboy wants to see you, he said, waving a hand. From behind a silk screen, a man stepped forward. Wearing a sheepish, apologetic smile, was Rosinante. Law, he said quietly, I'm sorry for everything. Before he could finish, Law ran forward and collapsed into his arms, trembling. For years, Law believed Corazon had died protecting him, that he'd burned away in silence while Law escaped with the operation fruit. And now, he was alive. Why? Law asked, his voice breaking. Doflamingo leaned against the wall, arms crossed. The Ope no Mi was always meant for you, he said. But we were afraid you'd rely too much on us. We needed you to grow strong, even if it meant putting you through hell. Rosinante nodded. Watching you from the shadows wasn't easy, but we had to make sure you didn't waste the power, or your potential. Law stood there, stunned. Every piece now made sense. His pain, his rage, his relentless pursuit of justice. It had all been part of something larger. Then I have nothing more to ask, Law whispered. Rosinante smiled warmly. Come back. Our family's door is always open to you. All right. Law nodded slowly, a rare peace settling over his expression. Doflamingo walked over and tossed him a sealed scroll. The spoils from our latest expedition, plus a special mineral vein. All yours. You're better suited to handle it than I am. We're all dragon hunter pirates now, he added. Don't forget that. Law's eyes glinted with understanding. He had always drifted between revenge and duty, but now, he had something else. A home. Law stood in silence, Doflamingo's words echoing in his mind. Everything he had planned, allying with the supernovas, setting up a pincer attack to take down Doflamingo, using Kid to trap him with magnetic force while he delivered the killing blow, all of it shattered in an instant. His grand strategy was now meaningless. Doflamingo had already joined the dragon hunter pirates. And now, so had he. Doflamingo, master, Law said reluctantly, still trying to process everything. What exactly are the dragon hunter pirates? It wasn't a question born of curiosity. It was a necessity. If he was now one of them, even by affiliation, he needed to understand the scope of the crew he had just become part of. Doflamingo grinned, eyes gleaming with something between admiration and nostalgia. The dragon hunter pirates? He repeated, chuckling. When they first approached me, they didn't come to kill. They sent a squad captain, Yahiko, and even a so-called odd job captain, Enel, just to test the waters. Their goal? To recruit me. I thought it was a joke. But here I am. Doflamingo didn't seem ashamed of it. If anything, he looked proud. Like a warrior who had found a new battlefield worth dying on. Law blinked. Doflamingo, the heavenly demon, proud to call someone else captain? Something about that told him the dragon hunter pirates were no ordinary crew. Doflamingo leaned back in his chair and began recounting what had happened in Dressrosa. How Ryunosuke appeared when all seemed lost. How the slave trade was shattered. How the people rejoiced. How a warlord of the sea bowed his head for the first time. And how, under Ryunosuke's banner, the Don Quixote family had been reborn stronger than ever. Law listened in silence. His impression of the dragon hunter pirates had always been the same as the rumors. Wild, arrogant, powerful beyond belief. But now, hearing the story firsthand, his perception shifted. This wasn't just power for the sake of chaos. This was power with purpose. Liberating the weak, punishing the corrupt, changing the system itself. This man, he wants to destroy the aristocracy? Law asked, his voice soft, almost to himself. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. Destroy the aristocracy? Not quite. Where there are people, there will always be hierarchy, he said calmly. Even if our blood is the same, effort and laziness don't yield equal results. Should a man who trains relentlessly eat the same as one who sleeps all day? At most, he added, we can strive to ensure everyone has dignity, but not equality in outcome. Law nodded slowly. Doflamingo wasn't wrong. It would be foolish to imagine a world where the lazy and the driven were rewarded equally. Such a world would only lead to stagnation. Then what's the point? Law asked. If the system can't be changed, what can we do? Simple, Doflamingo said. Burn down the rotten parts of it, and protect the ones who can't protect themselves. He stood up and looked at Law. Resume your status as a member of the Don Quixote family. We'll investigate what happened to your homeland. See if any survivors remain. Your job is to grow stronger. When the captain calls, you answer. Law hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Suddenly, a warm energy surged through his body. Law's eyes widened as he felt something awaken within him. You've been acknowledged, Doflamingo said, smiling. The captain's mark, your formal welcome into the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Every official member had gone through this sudden surge of power, this sense of being watched over by something greater. Even Law, cynical and skeptical, couldn't deny the strength now flowing through his veins. Elsewhere, aboard the ship of God, Ryunosuke sat calmly on the deck, sipping tea as he reviewed a new notification on his system panel. New member added. Law affiliation. Don Quixote Odd Job Division, Captain Doflamingo. Ryunosuke smiled faintly. So, he's made his choice. Ding! New ability extracted. Spatial severance. Ryunosuke's eyes lit up. Space cutting. A rare and powerful ability, one of the cornerstones of Law's Ope no Mi. Ryunosuke had assumed Law's spatial slicing was purely his own application of the fruit. But no, it was part of the fruit's core power. He raised his hand and waved it through the air. SHHHK, a faint, invisible crack split the air for an instant. Small now, but it would grow. With training, this power could become one of his deadliest techniques. As he studied the crack, Najenda approached, holding a Den Mushi. "Captain, you have a call." Ryunosuke took the snail calmly and brought it to his ear. "This is Ryunosuke." "Who's calling?" A formal, steady voice replied. "This is Vinsmoke Judge, head of the Germa 66 Science Division." Ryunosuke's brows lifted slightly. "Judge? Of all people?" "Mr. Judge," Ryunosuke said smoothly, "what business does the mighty Germa 66 have with the Dragon Hunter pirates?" "We seek an alliance," Judge answered immediately. "In exchange for your support, we will provide advanced technology, including personalized weapon development for your forces. All we ask is a verbal oath of alliance." Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. Interesting. The Vinsmoke family had ruled the North Blue for generations. Their military technology was decades ahead of most nations. So why reach out now? An alliance? Ryunosuke mused aloud. "Are you being targeted, Judge?" The silence on the other end was brief. Then, Judge responded. "We can offer our half of the bloodline factor research." Ryunosuke's smile faded into seriousness. The bloodline factor. The key to creating life from nothing. More than that, it was technology akin to divinity. Compared to modifying existing life, this was a true act of creation. "I want full access to your half of the bloodline factor," Ryunosuke said, his voice low and direct. "If you want an alliance, we begin there. We don't possess the full research," Judge admitted. "The other half lies with Vegapunk. But what we do have, we'll offer, freely." No hesitation. That confirmed it. Germa was in trouble. "All right then," Ryunosuke said. "You're in the new world now, aren't you? Come to my territory. We'll meet at the G5 Marine Base. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content." After hanging up the Den Mushi, Ryunosuke handed the snail back to Najenda. "Captain, if we're going to work with Germa, what should we be cautious of?" she asked, stoning the device with a thoughtful frown. "They've dominated a sea region for years. There's no way they're just some tech nerds with fancy suits, right?" Ryunosuke chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it too much. Go on, enjoy the party. We part ways with them tomorrow." He didn't elaborate. With that, he turned and walked over to join Ace and the others, who were already deep into their drinks and laughter. The celebration stretched deep into the night. At the bow of the ship, under the starry sky, four brothers sat side by side, the night wind carrying their laughter across the deck. "Big bro," Sabo slurred slightly, cheeks flushed with drink. "You were already this strong back then, weren't you? So why do you pretend to be powerless back in the Five Village?" Even with his powerful constitution, Sabo felt the alcohol creeping into his senses. His words came slowly, dragged by memories of childhood, of the time when they believed Ryunosuke was the weakest of the four. "At that time, you guys were stronger than me," Ryunosuke admitted calmly. He didn't bother to deny it. Back then, he had no special powers, no system or secrets. Just raw training and grit. Compared to Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, three freakishly talented kids, he was ordinary. "Impossible," Ace huffed. "You were just hiding your strength. You really sold that act, huh?" Luffy grinned as he leaned forward, full of energy. "Do you all want to become pirate kings too?" The straw hat sat crooked on his head, his excitement barely contained. Today was the happiest he'd been since setting out to sea. The four brothers, finally together again. "Pirate king?" Ryunosuke raised a brow and burst into laughter. "You go ahead and chase your dream, Luffy. We're not gonna fight you for the crown. We're not that desperate to marry you." Ha! Ha 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 ha. All four of them burst into unrestrained laughter, echoing across the ship. For a while, they forgot about their titles, their enemies, and the heavy burdens they carried. They just talked, about family, about the old days, about nonsense. On the upper deck, Leone leaned against the railing, watching the scene with mild confusion. "Captain feels like a completely different person," she muttered. "Is that really our Ryunosuke? It's like he's been possessed." To her, the captain had always been calm, sharp, and frighteningly competent. But with those three, he looked silly. Human. Even cracking puns like some goofy teenager. Tatsumi chuckled beside her. The captain's character is solid, kind, even. But that kindness is for his crew and allies. Against enemies, he exhaled slowly, remembering the captain in battle. He's more like a demon in human skin. Even now, Tatsumi sometimes doubted if he could ever truly catch up. By sunrise, the brothers had already gone their separate ways, each returning to their own journey. As for Ryunosuke and the Dragon Hunter pirates, their ship charted a course directly toward the newly named Jack Island, formerly the G5 Marine Branch. After the fierce battle that once reduced it to rubble, Jack Island had been rebuilt from the ashes by Ryunosuke's crew. Now, it served as a thriving base of operations and trade hub, especially after Doflamingo helped re-establish commerce routes. The moment they docked, Ryunosuke spotted Germa's ship already anchored at port. So they really are in trouble, he thought, didn't waste a second getting here. He strode forward with his usual confident air and greeted the tall, imposing figure waiting at the dock. "Mr. Judge, apologies for the wait. Let's head inside, talk business properly." Although much of the island still bore scars from the past, the main compound had been renovated into a sprawling stronghold. It was more secure, better connected, and already bustling with trade traffic. Judge gave a polite nod. "We arrived just yesterday. I was curious, what are your thoughts on the alliance I proposed, Captain Ryunosuke?" His tone was cautious, measured. The young man before him had not only shaken the foundations of the world government but done so with the confidence of someone born for war. Now that he stood face to face with him, Judge was struck by how young he truly was, around the same age as his own children. And yet, this man now stood at the peak of the pirate world. Ryunosuke raised a brow. "Didn't I already agree over the Den Den Mushi?" He smiled lightly, but his gaze held weight. "I invited you here so we can go over the details. As allies, I believe I deserve to know what kind of predicament the Vinsmoke family is facing, don't you think?" Judge's heart skipped a beat. "That's it? You're not going to make me beg?" He had prepared a convincing proposal, a full 10,000-word speech memorized and rehearsed over days, and now, none of it was needed. His rhythm shattered, Judge could only nod stiffly. "I've arranged for someone to go over the tech side with you," Ryunosuke added. "He's not the strongest fighter, but he's got a sharp head when it comes to scientific matters." With that, he turned and walked toward a private courtyard inside the base. Judge followed, mind spinning. This captain is terrifying. Inside the courtyard, a man in a white lab coat walked up with an eager smile. "Captain," he greeted. "Caesar," Ryunosuke introduced, gesturing. "This is Vinsmoke Judge, head of the Germa family. You'll be handling the collaboration. He's here to offer us technology. Talk with him. If you need anything, come find me later." Without waiting for a reply, Ryunosuke turned and entered the nearby room. Judge raised a brow. "Caesar, so it is you. I know who you are." Without waiting for Caesar to respond, Judge pulled out a thick stack of doents and placed them on the table. "This is the technology we're offering. Take a look." Caesar flipped through the papers, frowning at first, then widening his eyes. "This is the lower half, isn't it?" Caesar muttered, stunned. Judge smirked. "Ah, so you have seen the upper half before. You were just a low-tier researcher under Vegapunk, weren't you? And now you're a leading scientist for the Dragon Hunter pirates?" There was no mockery in his tone, just cold recognition of Caesar's past. Caesar's eye twitched. He wanted to snap back, but Judge wasn't wrong. He had worked under Vegapunk, only given access to the basic surface-level research. The true meat of the bloodline factor studies remained out of reach. That's why he defected, stealing scraps to build a future elsewhere. "Mr. Judge," Caesar said after a pause, voice sharpening, "you may have misunderstood something. The one who'll decide whether you're qualified to be an ally of the Dragon Hunter pirates is me." A sharp grin stretched across Caesar Current's face, no longer polite. "Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content." Judge had only just dismissed Caesar as unworthy of face-to-face negotiations. Yet the next second, cold sweat beaded down his forehead. He had judged using his old instincts, relying on his past stature as a royal, but he had forgotten something crucial. No matter what kind of infamous figure Caesar used to be, he was now part of the Dragon Hunter pirates. More importantly, Ryunosuke himself had entrusted this matter entirely to Caesar. That level of authority spoke volumes. If Judge offended him now, the alliance they desperately needed could crumble before it even began. Worse, if Caesar decided to slander the Vinsmoke family to Ryunosuke, they might not even have a foothold in the New World, let alone in the North Sea. Mr. Judge, this information is quite valuable, Caesar said, tucking away the research documents with a relaxed smirk. Thanks for bringing it. It answered several of my research bottlenecks. He leaned back slightly, hands still resting on the folder. But just as the captain said, we're interested in more than paperwork. We want to know what kind of trouble your Vinsmoke family is actually facing. His tone shifted ever so slightly, becoming more businesslike, though that trademark smug grin never left his face. After all, as allies, we need to understand what we're stepping into, right? Judge exhaled slowly, then replied, I assume you've heard rumors from the North Sea already. The nobles, those parasites, have been stirred up by the world government. They've united and rebelled against us. He clenched his fists, voice heavy with resentment. It's not just internal strife. The government itself has planted its claws in this situation. We need allies with enough deterrent power to act as a shield, so that outside interference becomes difficult. Caesar nodded slowly. I see. He stood and snapped his fingers. Someone, take Mr. Judge to rest. Prepare wine, food, and whatever else the Vinsmoke family needs. They're our guests now. A subordinate quickly stepped forward to carry out the order. As Judge and his entourage were led to a separate courtyard, a strange unease still lingered in his chest. He hadn't expected Caesar to hold such command, not just in words, but in presence. In the guest house, Reiju sat across from her father, eyes narrowed in curiosity. Father, she asked, has the alliance been finalized? All we need is a declaration of alliance, right? No need for military aid or resources. The dragon hunter pirates should have no reason to refuse us. Judge frowned, clearly unsettled. Not yet. Surprisingly, the one handling negotiations wasn't their captain. It was Caesar. The same lunatic who used to work under Vegapunk. He rubbed his temples. I underestimated him, treated him like a minion, but he was in charge, and he knew it. Reiju's gaze sharpened. Then, are we at risk of being rejected? She knew what that meant. Without this alliance, the Vinsmoke family might be forced to retreat from the North Sea entirely. Their kingdom would collapse, and they'd be left drifting, pirates in name again, with no influence, no nation, no identity. They weren't built for that kind of life. The Vinsmoke family was special. Warfare was in their blood, yes, but so was research, advancement, science. They needed stability to thrive, not chaos. I don't know, Judge replied honestly, but the captain of the dragon hunter pirates, Ryunosuke, he's different from what the rumors suggest. Strong, yes, but not arrogant, not domineering. He paused, then said softly, there may still be hope. Back in Ryunosuke's private courtyard, Caesar knelt before him, delivering the report. You're saying, you've acquired the complete research data on bloodline factors? Ryunosuke raised a brow, genuinely intrigued. This wasn't just any research. Bloodline factor technology, the ability to create, enhance, or modify life itself, was one of the world government's most closely guarded secrets. And now, they had it. Caesar smiled, his confidence oozing. To be accurate, the Vinsmoke family gave me the second half. As for the first half, I was already working on it years ago, back when I was under Vegapunk. But I lacked key data. With this new material, I can finally complete the research. We're close, very close. Ryunosuke didn't hesitate. Good, I'm leaving it to you. He turned slightly, glancing out the window. As for the alliance, tell them we agree. But they'll need to prove themselves going forward. If any outside forces interfere, the dragon hunter pirates will act. Until then, let them move on their own. Yes, Captain, Caesar replied, bowing before departing to deliver the news. Afterward, Ryunosuke tried to skim through the documents himself. Despite having several scientists on board, he wanted to understand the tech they were gaining. But after flipping through a few pages, I recognize all the words, but when they're combined like this, he sighed, closing the folder. Forget it. He leaned back with a wry smile. His talents were many, but reading incomprehensible scientific jargon wasn't one of them. At that moment, a soft voice called from outside the door. Brother Ryunosuke, Akame entered quietly. Just as Ryunosuke turned to reply, he noticed something, and whatever he meant to say vanished from his lips. She had changed clothes. Even Kuina, who had just stepped in, was wordlessly pulled upstairs with him. By evening, Caesar had fully briefed the Vinsmoke family. The alliance was official. To Judge's surprise, Caesar hadn't brought up their earlier conflict at all. Despite Judge's initial contempt, Caesar was calm, composed, and professional. He didn't use his authority to belittle them, nor did he ask for apologies. The deal was done, and that was enough. Judge found it difficult to comprehend. Just as Caesar turned to leave, Judge called out, "Wait, I want to ask you something." Caesar turned, arching a brow. "Why didn't you bring up my attitude earlier? You could have made things difficult, why didn't you?" Caesar chuckled lightly. "You're overthinking it. If you zoom out and look at the bigger picture, it's obvious." Without another word, he turned and walked away. Judge stood still, a thoughtful look creeping across his face. Then, a bitter smile. Yes, his view had been too narrow. Caesar wasn't a lackey anymore. And Ryunosuke wouldn't entrust such responsibility to someone who couldn't handle it. This arrogance they'd shown, this misplaced pride, it was exactly why the Vinsmoke family had fallen. Judge straightened, a glint returning to his eye. "Let's move." Prepared to sail, he turned to his subordinates. "Contact Morgans. Tell him, the Dragon Hunter pirates have agreed to the alliance. The days of those arrogant nobles in the North Sea are numbered." The tired, uncertain man from earlier had vanished. In his place stood a returning king, the Emperor of the North Sea. Before their ship set sail, Caesar reappeared one final time. "Oh, and one more thing," he said, handing over a folder. "This is the first half of my bloodline factor research, everything I developed before today. Science isn't something one man can master alone. Take it." Then, without waiting for thanks, he turned and left again. He still had experiments to run. Now that both halves of the research were finally united, Caesar's time had come. Even if the past was full of wrong turns, there were always pieces worth salvaging. As Caesar walked away, he pulled out a Den Mushi and called Yakos. This kind of data couldn't be hoarded by one person. Whether it was Heracles or Dr. Aesir, both could be vital assets. With everyone working on the same foundation, their combined research might one day surpass even Vegapunk. Yes, Caesar never truly looked down on Vegapunk. In fact, he had always seen him as the mountain he needed to climb, the rival he must overcome. But even the greatest mountain had its weaknesses. No matter how brilliant Vegapunk was or how groundbreaking his research had become, he was still just one man. And like any man, he had his limits. Vegapunk never entrusted his core knowledge to anyone, he hoarded it. Because of that, those who worked under him couldn't provide true insight or creative contributions. They were never collaborators, just tools following instructions. That's why Caesar left. Now that he had the bloodline factor data, he wasn't going to make the same mistake. He wouldn't treat his fellow scientists like subordinates. They weren't colleagues, they were partners. With access to this newfound material, Heracles and Dr. Aesir immediately dove into research. Alongside them, the reconstructed archives from Jigokudo, materials once stolen from the world government, were also being scrutinized. As they fused their findings with the bloodline factor research, they began uncovering profound core mechanisms. Progress that once took years was now happening in days. 3 days later, "Captain, we just received a transmission from Yakos. He's found Bullet's trail." Najenda stepped forward, holding a Den Mushi as Ryunosuke was mid-training. Like most of the Dragon Hunter Pirates core crew, daily combat drills had become routine. Training wasn't just discipline, it was survival. Ryunosuke paused his kata and took the Den Mushi. "Bullet? Douglas Barrett?" he asked, wiping sweat from his brow. "Yes, Captain," Yakos's voice came through. "He's been spotted in the New World. Word is, he's reaching out to major underground bosses." Morgans was even invited. No clue what his role is yet. A grin tugged at the corners of Ryunosuke's mouth. That man finally surfaced. If Bullet had come out of hiding, that meant one thing. He likely had Raftel's eternal pose. The man who once rivaled Gold D. Roger wouldn't come out for anything less. It was time to test the so-called powers of the new era. Bullet had always rejected the idea that they were relics of the past. For him, strength was timeless. As long as you had power, you belonged, no matter the era. He wasn't left behind. He refused to be. Still, Ryunosuke couldn't decide if Bullet was just a battle freak, or a tsundere with muscles. "Yakos," Ryunosuke said calmly, "keep tracking Roger's former crew. But as for Bullet, I'll handle that myself. If you need anything, supplies, manpower, just say the word. The Dragon Hunter pirates have your back." Then, without waiting for a response, he ended the call. Staring at the dead line, Yakos stood silently, brows furrowed. He knew what that meant. Ryunosuke had seen through him. Yakos had his own motives for joining the Dragon Hunter pirates. It wasn't just about losing to Garp or missing the chance to become a Navy hero. It ran deeper than that. He performed well, loyal, efficient, obedient. He had been gathering intel on Roger's crew under Ryunosuke's banner. But with just a few words, Ryunosuke had made it clear. He saw through the act. Now Yakos was at a crossroads. If Ryunosuke truly understood his ambitions, then maybe he could help him achieve them. But what if it was a test? If Yakos revealed too much, he might not walk away from it. "Captain Yakos." A crewmate interrupted his thoughts. "Where are we headed next?" Yakos looked up, mind still clouded. "Follow the record pointer," he ordered. "This is the route Roger's crew once traveled. They're familiar with the waters. They might still be hiding in those zones." "Understood," the pirate replied, relaying the order to the navigator. The ship adjusted course, carving its way through the waves. After a moment, Yakos looked at the crewman and asked, "What's your name? How long have you served with the Dragon Hunter pirates?" "My name's Zaccardo," the man answered with a sheepish grin. "I'm from the East Blue, same as a few others. I joined over 3 years ago when the crew opened recruitment, started in the odd jobs division." He scratched his head awkwardly, still there, technically. Yakos blinked. That cheerful smile didn't quite fit the image of a feared pirate crew. 3 years? Then, do you know much about the captain? He asked. Zaccardo lit up. You want to hear about Captain Ryunosuke? He gave a quick thumbs up. Honestly, Captain Yakos, I envy you. You joined just recently, and you're already a core member. The rest of us are still doing laundry and patching sails. Yakos chuckled awkwardly. The man's sincerity was almost overwhelming. Yes, I joined not long ago. I've heard plenty of rumors about him, but I still don't know much firsthand. I was sent on missions almost immediately. Zaccardo nodded. Captain Ryunosuke's a good man. I've never seen him hurt an innocent. He doesn't go looking for fights. Even when he clashed with the Navy, it was because they pushed first. And the kingdoms he took down? They deserved it. Every one of them. Yakos raised a brow. Zaccardo continued. Go to any of the islands we liberated. Ask anyone there. No one fears Captain Ryunosuke. No one fears us. Even though we're pirates. There's no tyranny, no fear. He stood a little taller. If it weren't for the Dragon Hunter pirates, many of us would still be slaves. That's not an exaggeration, it's the truth. Yakos remained silent as he listened. It was easy to dismiss such words as blind loyalty. But there was more behind them, something sincere. These weren't just pirates. They were people who had found a purpose. Zaccardo finished. You know, sometimes I think the world government's the real villain. Don't get me wrong, we are pirates. But what we do, it feels right. Zaccardo spoke of the Dragon Hunter pirates with uncontainable pride, like a believer preaching his faith. Once he started, it was hard for him to stop. He talked about their last major clash with the world government, a battle that should have been reserved for the elite. Yet even the weaker crew members, the odd job workers, were given a choice to join. Anyone who wanted to fight was allowed to. Those who chose to stay behind weren't scorned. Instead, they were stationed as reserves to guard the base. Ryunosuke had made his stance clear from the start. Fear is natural. If you feel it, that's okay. He never looked down on those who hesitated. Had he not insisted on leaving a defense unit behind, Zaccardo believed the entire handyman squad would have followed him into the fire. None of them knew about the possibility of resurrection at the time. They believed they were marching toward death. Yet many still went forward without a second thought. And that was the soul of the dragon hunter pirates. I see, Yakos muttered, falling into a thoughtful silence. He had once believed the dragon hunter pirates were nothing more than a vicious, chaotic band of monsters. After all, they were feared across the world. And since joining, Ryunosuke had assigned him directly to missions, leaving Yakos little time to interact with the rest of the crew. He'd never gotten to see what life aboard truly looked like. Now, hearing Zaccardo's words, his unshakable faith, it all started to make sense. Perhaps he had misjudged them. Still, Yakos decided to keep his personal motives to himself, at least for now. The weight of his mission was too great, and trust required time. Back at the main base of the dragon hunter pirates. After receiving Yakos's intel on Bullet, Ryunosuke reached for the Den Mushi and dialed a direct line. The one man who would undoubtedly know the full story, Morgans. As the world's foremost information broker, Morgans had ears in every shadow. If Bullet was planning something involving Raftel, he would have already informed Morgans. The call connected. "Captain Ryunosuke, I was just about to call you," Morgans cackled. "Guess what kind of invitation landed on my desk? You were invited to spectate Bullet's battle for Raftel's eternal pose, weren't you?" Ryunosuke asked flatly. "What's the location? Send me an eternal pose." There was a pause. "Eh? You already knew?" Morgans squawked, feathers practically ruffled through the Den Mushi. "The battle will be held on the Some Islands. It's an unclaimed island in the New World. Barely any residents, no occupying forces. They're already transforming the place. The event's scheduled for 1 month from now." "I see." Ryunosuke nodded. "By the way, you've been slacking lately. You've kept me in the dark about too many things." Oi, we're partners, not boss and subordinate," Morgans squawked defensively. "I'm not your personal secretary, you know." But even as he protested, Morgans winced inwardly. Over time, he had become just that. Ryunosuke's unofficial intelligence officer. What started as mutual cooperation had evolved into something else entirely. Yes, he was technically the Minister of Information. Yes, he still managed his own operations. But more often than not, he found himself taking orders, running errands, and feeding Ryunosuke classified intel. He was starting to question if he even worked for himself anymore. Still, he couldn't deny it, the power, the protection, the exclusives. Being associated with the Dragon Hunter pirates had its perks. "Let's not argue," Ryunosuke said casually. "So, what's the world government been up to?" "You're lucky I like you," Morgans muttered, before continuing. "I was waiting to confirm a few things, but here's what I've got. Remember Vice Admiral Kasaguna? The one you killed not too long ago?" "I remember." "Weak." Morgans choked. "Weak? That guy was strong enough to chase Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff. That's not weak." But Ryunosuke's silence said it all. For someone who regularly fought Yonko-level monsters, Kasaguna was hardly worth mentioning. Anyway, Morgans huffed, he wasn't just some vice admiral. He was planted directly by the world government. His strength was comparable to candidates for admiral, like Tokikaki or Gion. But he wasn't alone. CP0's commander-in-chief, Desalar, has entered the seas. His goal isn't you, it's your squad leaders. Ryunosuke's brow lifted slightly. "And that's not all. I've uncovered traces of a new organization, one that rivals the admirals in power." Still digging for details, but their presence is no joke. Ryunosuke let out a low whistle. "Morgans, you've been holding out on me. If you do that again, I'll personally come pay you a visit." "Okay, thanks for the intel. Oh, and one more thing. There's going to be big news in the North Sea soon. Germa 66 has officially allied with the Dragon Hunter pirates." And with that, Ryunosuke hung up. Morgans stared at the silent Den Mushi, jaw slack. Germa 66, allied, with the Dragon Hunter pirates? Without hesitation, he pulled out another Den Mushi and dialed Judge's frequency. If this was true, it wasn't just big news, it was front-page news. The mighty Vinsmoke family, once feared across the North Sea, had joined forces with the most dangerous rising pirate crew on the seas. This alliance would shake the balance of power, and Morgans would be the first to report it. Even better, He could sell the scoop to the world government and stir the pot even more. A grin split his beak. "I really am a genius," he muttered. "Being Ryunosuke's tool isn't so bad after all." Yes, he'd finally come to terms with it. Ryunosuke didn't ask, he expected. And if Morgans didn't play along, he'd still get dragged in anyway. May as well enjoy the perks. Back aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's main ship. "Should we inform everyone to be on alert?" Najenda asked cautiously. She wasn't worried about the Phantom Troop, the Seven Deadly Sins, or Akatsuki. Those elite division could handle anything. But the odd jobs teams, the less battle-hardened divisions, were another story. Even though they had units like the Mink tribe led by Conrad or the Thunder God team led by Enel, there were still squads with less polished combat experience. And the world government's shadow forces weren't to be taken lightly. "No need to send warnings," Ryunosuke said calmly. "Meliodas contacted me 2 days ago. He encountered some resistance but already understands what's going on." Morgans' mysterious organization? Sounds like the same force. As for the support crews, they may not be our strongest fighters, but they've all undergone the same hellish training. They've survived. That's enough. He smirked. If it were the original Enel or Doflamingo, I might worry. But these versions, they've long since surpassed their former selves. And let's be honest, even Luffy with his rubber fruit couldn't take down Enel back then. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content. Not long after, a news coup arrived, delivering the eternal pose to the Wallows Islands. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke and his crew decided to set sail. "If we can snatch the eternal pose to Raftel," Ryunosuke said with a grin, "then it's time we take a peek at the final island." At the same time, a decision stirred deep within him. After this incident, he would begin the search for Pluto. The Ship of Gods had now fully integrated with the Heart of Eternity. Some mysterious changes had taken place. Ryunosuke had a hunch. Bullet might be in for a rude awakening. With no time to waste, the Dragon Hunter pirates set off. On Jack Island, in the shadows of a cliffside tree, a cloaked figure observed the Dragon Hunter pirates' departure through binoculars. "The Dragon Hunters have already left Jack Island," the man muttered into a Den Mushi. "Judging by their heading, they're after Raftel's eternal pose." "Do we continue surveillance?" he asked. "Or shall we move to the Wallows Islands?" A gravelly voice responded from the other end, low and cold. "No need. Stay put on Jack Island. Someone else will handle the rest." "Understood, sir," the agent replied. But just as he turned to leave, his breath caught. "Huh?" A sudden chill swept through the air, and before he could react, he collapsed to the ground, a lifeless corpse. From behind him, a man stepped out of the shadows, flicking a blade clean. "Hello there. I'm just a humble handyman for the Dragon Hunter pirates," said Hawkins, adjusting his hat. "The captain sends his regards." He looked down at the Den Mushi still transmitting. "Though I don't know who you are yet," he said with a calm smile, "I'm sure we'll meet soon. Until then, enjoy what's left of your life. Goodbye." He ended the call and immediately relayed the situation to Ryunosuke. Elsewhere, in a darkened chamber on a far-off island, a man lowered the Den Mushi with a murderous expression carved into his face. His underling, killed. His plans, mocked. The Dragon Hunter pirates dared to taunt him. "Ryunosuke," the man growled. "One day, I'll crush your entire crew beneath my heel. I'll take everything, your power, your name, your legacy, it will all be mine." This was none other than Marshall D. Teach, better known as Blackbeard, the man once believed to have perished during the chaos in Marihoa at the hands of Merlin's mysterious ability. Originally, he had planned to plant spies at the base of the Dragon Hunter pirates. With agents stationed close, he would have known every move Ryunosuke made. But even before the operation began, his spy was snuffed out. They even caught a scout before deployment. Their observation hockey's gotten that sharp? He muttered through clenched teeth. "Captain," said Luffy, stepping forward, "shall we proceed to the Wallows Islands? Will we join the race for the eternal pose to Raftel?" Ever since Teach's solo infiltration of Marihoa, facing down the gods themselves and escaping alive, his crew's loyalty had shifted. What was once a fragile alliance had become true devotion. None of them had followed that day. Teach had ordered them not to, and he returned alive. "Let's go," Blackbeard declared with a grin. "The One Piece, if the eternal pose leads us there, then I'll seize the truth behind the great treasure, myself. Hi ha ha ha." Indeed, Blackbeard had received an invitation too. Many believed him dead, so the letter had been sent discreetly, to Lafitte. But the sea had yet to bury Teach. 3 days later, the ship of gods arrived at a vast, open sea. "We've still got over a day's sail to reach the next island," noted Finks, peering into the horizon. "And that's with Kun at full speed. If we were on any normal ship, it'd take twice as long." Just then, Finks landed on the deck with a heavy thud. "Captain, there's a ship ahead, and a dangerous aura on board." Ryunosuke cracked his neck. "Haven't had a decent warm-up in a while." Ever since the Dragon Hunter pirates had become a taboo name on the Grand Line, very few dared challenge them outright. "Captain," Leona burst from below deck. "Can we fight too? Please, I'm so bored." The long voyage had worn on her. She had been itching for a battle to relive the adventures Akame once described. But before Ryunosuke could answer, a pulse of immense force slammed into the ship. Boom! He whipped out his weapon and slashed a speeding marble midair, shattering it into dust. The sheer force behind it numbed his arms. What insane power! Even for someone like Ryunosuke, that blow wasn't ordinary. Floating above the enemy ship, several figures hovered without wings, without any mechanical aid, just suspended in midair. "Flying. Without visible devil fruit tricks?" Ryunosuke muttered. "These guys aren't your everyday pirates." "Everyone, battle positions," he commanded. "Najenda, take the night raid team and bury them." Spreading his holy wings, Ryunosuke launched into the sky. Mine climbed to her sniping post, rifle primed. The Mink tribe warriors stood to guard her. Tatsumi released his Tigu and charged, second only to Ryunosuke. With a blast of frost, the ocean beneath them began to freeze. Akame and the others rushed in with lethal precision. From the enemy ship, the man who had thrown the marble grinned as he twirled another in his hand. "I'll give you this, Dragon Hunter pirates, you've got guts. But are you ready to die?" The smug confidence in his voice was palpable. Boom! Another marble launched, this time strong enough to distort space. Cracks rippled in midair, as though the heavens themselves were splitting. Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes. Boundary line. His blade descended, swallowing the marble's power in a vortex of attraction before it could reach him. The sea drank the marble's remains. "Before we trade blows," Ryunosuke said coldly, "at least tell us your names. You working for the world government?" But the energy these enemies gave off felt wrong. There was no sense of order, no chain of command, only a raw, unnatural malice. Even if they hadn't attacked, Ryunosuke would have wanted to wipe them out. "World government?" The leader scoffed. "Those worthless dogs aren't even worth comparing to us." "You fought Roy last time, didn't you?" he added with a sneer. "We're here on his behalf." The moment Ryunosuke heard that name, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. "Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content." When the enemy mentioned that name, Ryunosuke's expression turned grim. Roy? He had never heard of that name before. More importantly, the man across from him claimed they came with Roy, here, in this very sea. If that name could be uttered in the same breath as the world government, it spoke volumes. Whoever Roy was, he likely stood at the top of the world's hierarchy. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. The man standing in front of I Am. He recalled a passage from Rock's notes, the existence of someone who even I Am deferred to. If his guess was right, then these people, they weren't agents of the world government. They were something equal to Roy. My head hurts already, Ryunosuke muttered, ruffling his hair. "I still have no idea who the hell you people are." He shrugged with deliberate sarcasm. "So I'll just lump you in as lackeys of the world government." The expression on the enemy leader's face darkened instantly. They weren't supposed to be Roy's errand boys. In fact, Roy had taken this matter into his own hands ahead of them. And now, outsiders mistook them as Roy's dogs? He couldn't allow that kind of insult to stand. "Since you insist, I'll give you a proper introduction." The man's voice was filled with fury. "What the world government couldn't accomplish, I will. What Roy failed to complete, I, Sevian, will finish. Today, your entire Dragon Hunter crew dies." With those words, Seven's aura surged and his figure shot forward like a missile. Behind him, orbs of condensed destruction, those strange marbles, whirled through the air toward Ryunosuke. At the same time, the 6 cloaked warriors behind Sevian launched themselves at Night Raid's flank. "Captain, we've been chasing these guys for a while now," a lazy voice called out from the side. "Didn't think they'd show up just to look for you." A man in a red, skin-tight leather jacket appeared in a blur, effortlessly grabbing one of Seven's subordinates by the neck. "Ban," Ryunosuke greeted with a grin. "Meliodas said you were tracking them, yeah? Any leads?" "If there are, mine's still working on it. I just handled one of him," Ban said with a smirk, and crack, snapped the man's neck. "I told you to bring one back alive," said Meliodas, appearing behind Ban with his hands lazily folded behind his head. "Ah, right. My bad. I'll try not to kill the rest," Ban replied, tossing the corpse aside. Damn it, Seven's brows furrowed. He hadn't anticipated this lineup. He thought he was dealing with the usual Dragon Hunter roster, but now the 7 deadly sins were showing up. Each of them exuded a monstrous, suffocating presence. These weren't ordinary pirates. "Hey," Ryunosuke's voice cut through the tension, cracking his knuckles. "If you're gonna fight me, at least show a little respect. Otherwise, when I knock your teeth out, don't start whining that I ambushed you." Before Sevian could retort, Ryunosuke moved. A flash of light. A violent explosion. In an instant, Sevian was blasted backward, blood flying from his mouth. Wah! Seven's mind reeled. Just moments ago, the reports said Ryunosuke and the King of Heaven had nearly killed each other. Both were left wounded. So how the hell was he this strong now? It's only been a few months, this level of improvement should be impossible. Was he holding back against the world government? The thought shook Sevian to his core. If that were true, then they were in real danger. No choice then, he forcibly steadied himself midair and yanked out a crystalline, diamond-shaped gem. Infinity Stone. Ryunosuke's pupils narrowed. That thing was dangerous. Unpredictable. While they'd studied some uses for it, most of the stone's secrets remained unknown. "Wades! Save me!" Sevian screamed and crushed the stone in his palm. A storm of energy burst forth, wrapping around his body in a violent swirl of light and sound. "HMPH," Ryunosuke scoffed. "I thought you had something special hidden up your sleeve. If that's it, then go to hell. Holy prison mode. Activate." His body glowed. The dragon hunting armor fused with his body. Moon reading fate enveloped him. Holy wings unfurled behind him, shining with divine light. Power crackled from every pore. Even Sevian trembled. This aura. Even if Wades came in person, it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't survive this man. Spirit flash. Sevian roared in desperation. Dozens of marbles whirled through the air, forming a massive birdcage-like dome that encased Ryunosuke. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed across the sky. All of Seven's marbles were deflected off course. While they weren't destroyed, they spun away, no longer under his control. Up high on the mast, Mine lowered her smoking sniper rifle. Even from a distance, she'd felt it. Death. That oppressive aura Sevian radiated wasn't normal, which meant she couldn't afford to hold back. Every shot was a maximum caliber strike. Even the marbles, infused with dark power, were rattled under the pressure. "Nice timing," Ryunosuke muttered, appearing behind Sevian in a blur, and slammed a punch straight into his ribs. Crack! The force hurled Sevian across the air, but it wasn't over. Materialization. Activate. Silk-like threads burst from Ryunosuke's fingers, laced with sticky mucus. The space around Sevian twisted, blocked by the dense net of threads. TCH. Hisoka was really onto something with this power, Ryunosuke smirked. He snapped his fingers, and the threads yanked Sevian back mid-flight. Dragon Slayer's roar. A swirling column of energy formed in his palm, glowing hotter by the second. It aimed directly at Seven's helpless form. This guy, this is it. Sevian couldn't even move. The mucus in the threads had paralyzed his muscles. If he took that blast head-on, it was over. Boom! The explosion rocked the sky. The shockwave blasted waves across the sea. But Ryunosuke's face didn't relax. The attack had missed. Not only that, his threads had been severed. From the smoke, a calm voice emerged. Captain Ryunosuke, don't overdo it. Sometimes, it's best to leave yourself a path back. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content. The moment the voice echoed across the battlefield, Ban and Meliodas, who had both been lounging idly, flashed forward, instantly positioning themselves in front of Ryunosuke. Their auras surged with battle intent. Escanor, ever vigilant, released his artifact without hesitation. A radiant pulse burst from his body as he prepared for combat. I didn't come here to fight, the voice declared calmly. Sevian dragged us out, so after you've taught him his lesson, mind letting me take him back? As the mist and dust finally cleared, the speaker stepped into view. A tall, rugged man with an air of blunt honesty. His presence didn't scream hostility, but there was something unshakably strange about his aura. Wade? Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes. That's right, just moments ago, Sevian had screamed, Wade, save me. This had to be the man he was calling out to. We have no ties with the world government, Wade said flatly, brushing some dirt off his cloak, and based on what you've seen, I think that much is clear. If we were affiliated with them, do you really think your dragon hunter pirates would have left that place alive? And while your revival trick might be impressive, he added, eyes narrowing, you're not the only ones with contingency plans. A sinister black aura began to ripple off his body like smoke. Though its power remained ambiguous, Ryunosuke could feel it. There was no mistaking it. If a battle broke out now, it wouldn't end well for anyone. But Ryunosuke wasn't someone who allowed threats to pass without leverage. Then how about this, he said, raising his hand. In an instant, golden chains emerged and wrapped around his own body before extending outward. One chain shot forward, ignoring both space and defense, and coiled tightly around Wade's torso. A contract? Wade looked down with interest, showing no panic. What's the condition? You promise never to harm any member of my dragon hunter pirates ever again, Ryunosuke said with a relaxed smile, though his eyes told a different story. Then I'll let you walk out of here peacefully. Wade's brow furrowed slightly. The chains weren't attacking him, but their presence felt binding. A true contractual power. Dangerous. Rare. Mysterious. If I agree, and some low-ranking grunt ends up provoking me, does that mean I break the contract? I'll agree only if the clause is limited to your executives. Ryunosuke chuckled. Fair enough, contract established. With that, the chain around Wade's chest tightened, and a separate, sharper one slithered forward and wrapped itself around his heart. A quiet hum filled the air. If Wade ever violated the contract, his life would be forfeit. Huh. That's quite the nasty trick, Wade muttered, impressed. To be honest, I'd rather not be your enemy. He was about to speak again when Ryunosuke's gaze snapped to Sevian. And now? Him? Wade blinked. Wait, he wants one too? I'm not letting him walk unless he's bound by the same terms. The moment Sevian heard this, his calm expression shifted for the first time. You're going to bind me with that too? No way, that's ridiculous. Wade glanced at Sevian, frowning. Our contract might not be valid yet. Ryunosuke's expression sharpened. Then let me give you a choice. Either you take him with the contract, or you leave him here. He raised his hand again, and dozens of invisible chains materialized around them in a flash, spiraling into view like summoned serpents. Their sudden presence caused even Wade's confident posture to falter slightly. This wasn't a technique that could be used carelessly, it was a testament to Ryunosuke's power, and more importantly, his restraint until now. Wade exhaled slowly. Sevian, you choose. Fight? He added coldly, not happening. The atmosphere turned tense. It wasn't just about Sevian anymore. This was about a bigger picture. Wade knew their presence here couldn't be revealed to the wider world yet. Those people hadn't surfaced. If they made the first move now, they'd lose their advantage. TCH. Fine. Sevian clenched his jaw. I get it. Wade gave him a gentle shove forward. Then go. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke snapped his fingers. Chains coiled around Seven's body with a speed that left no room for protest. The contract was sealed, its conditions whispered silently into existence. The moment it was done, both Wade and Sevian vanished like phantoms. No theatrics, no parting words. As for the rest of the grunts left behind, Meliodas and his crew had already given them a brutal beating. No one bothered to retrieve them. "Captain," Meliodas turned to Ryunosuke with a confused look. "We could have taken both of them. Why let them go?" Ryunosuke didn't answer directly. Instead, he posed a question. "The aura that Wade gave off, was it the one you've been tracking?" Meliodas paused for a beat, then nodded. "Yes, it's definitely demonic. Very pure, in fact." Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. The aura Wade released had the destructive trace of an infinity stone, but it also held something far worse. There was a second aura, something darker, one that can erase the very source of life. Meliodas's eyes widened slightly. "That's why I didn't act," Ryunosuke said, voice steady. "If we fought, I couldn't guarantee I'd be able to protect everyone. And if I got touched by that aura, I might not come back." That silence carried weight. Even for someone as powerful as Ryunosuke, this wasn't an enemy he could take lightly. "So I chose the second option. Bind them, let them go, and keep my crew alive." Meliodas nodded solemnly. "Understood, Captain. I'll have mine begin research on the remnants of that aura. Even faint traces could lead to something." "Good," Ryunosuke replied. "They're part of an organization, one we've only just glimpsed." "And Wade? For him to arrive instantly, he's got some ability we haven't seen yet." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small vial. "Take these life essences with you," he said, handing them to the team. "You might need them the next time we meet, whatever they are. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content." After receiving the vials of life essence from Ryunosuke, the team vanished without a trace. They had no plans of returning this time. Their sudden reappearance had only been due to sensing Seven's presence nearby, an unexpected reunion. But now, with their objectives reaffirmed and time running short, they had to prepare for the path ahead. Ryunosuke remained standing on the spot, surrounded by lingering tension. He glanced toward Najenda and the others. "Everyone okay?" he asked calmly. "We didn't even get the chance to fight," Leona huffed, folding her arms. "The battle was over before we arrived." There was a note of frustration in her tone. After all, she had come ready for a showdown, only for things to resolve without her drawing her weapon. "Don't complain," Najenda said, giving Leona a light smack on the head with a sigh. "You saw that man's aura. We wouldn't have had the advantage. Charging in recklessly would have only made things worse. Being pirates doesn't mean we pick fights without thinking. The sea won't always play in our favor." Ryunosuke nodded silently. Najenda was right. The overconfidence he sensed lately was starting to show itself more and more among the crew. And that was dangerous. Ever since their triumph over the world government's forces, a subtle shift had crept into the dragon hunter pirates. Their victories, and Ryunosuke's increasing strength, had given them momentum, yes, but it had also bred arrogance. A mentality was spreading, that no matter who their enemy was, the dragon hunter pirates would always come out on top. That assumption, Ryunosuke knew, could get them killed. "Captain," Najenda said, voice laced with concern. "We need to address this now. If something major hits us while everyone's still walking around with that mindset, they won't even know what hit them." Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. "Is it that serious?" "To you, things might seem fine," Najenda explained. "You're focused on the big picture. But as someone who watches over the inner workings of the crew, I can tell you it's already affecting discipline. Just listen to what Leona said. That attitude isn't rare anymore, it's becoming the norm." As she spoke, several others shifted uncomfortably. Tatsumi stepped forward, rubbing the back of his neck. "Honestly, I thought I could kill a few enemies myself," he admitted. "Didn't even stop to consider who we were dealing with." "Same," Akame added, expression unreadable. "I assumed we had the upper hand. Thought we could overwhelm them." Several others nodded in agreement, clearly embarrassed. These weren't rookies. They were officers of the Dragon Hunter pirates. If even they had fallen into this mindset, then what about the rest? It was a dangerous slope. Confidence without awareness led only to ruin. Ryunosuke crossed his arms, silent for a moment, then gave a single nod. "All right. Najenda, prepare a mission order. Relay it to all the captains of the logistics divisions. Inside is intel on targeted assignments. It's time to shake off the complacency. Not long after, messages were transmitted across the sea to the far-flung units of the dragon hunter pirates. On Jack's Island, Hawkins read the message in confusion, his usual calm demeanor faltering slightly. "Attack the team that ambushed Urs?" he muttered. Something about this order felt off, but he followed it without question. Elsewhere, Doflamingo received a different order. Each team had been given a designated threat to handle, enemies who had stirred chaos or challenged the balance. Some were old foes. Others were new threats. For now, the Night Raid Division and Conrad's team were exempt. They were already handling internal complications from recent events. Meanwhile, on a remote, fog-shrouded island, "You idiot," Wade snapped, glaring at Sevian. "Do you even think before you act? Do you even know what kind of person Roy is? If the dragon hunter pirates were that easy to wipe out, do you think Roy would let them wander freely?" Sevian stood stiffly, trying to muster a response, but Wade wasn't done. "You wasted Silver Moon's ability for nothing, and now we've got chains around our hearts and vows we can't break. Was it worth it? How was I supposed to know they'd be that strong?" Sevian barked back, clearly still defensive. It wasn't just the captain, everyone was a monster. "In all the years we've roamed the sea, when have you seen this many freaks gathered on one ship? Even the so-called Pirate King, Roger, wasn't surrounded by this much power." His voice trailed off as he realized the weight of what he had just admitted. Everyone was now staring at him in silence. Sevian swallowed hard. No matter what he said now, the truth was clear. His impulsive action had exposed their movements, and alerted the dragon hunter pirates. "You really don't get it," came a cold voice. A figure sitting quietly nearby finally spoke. It was the old man who had remained silent until now. His presence alone made the air feel heavier. "I expected Kaja to be the first to make trouble," the old man continued. "But no, it was you. Used like a pawn by Roy, again. And don't forget, Roy isn't the only one watching, they're still out there. We've stayed in the shadows for a reason, Sevian. Do you really think there's no one left on the sea capable of killing us?" Sevian lowered his head. "Boss Jeff, slap." The room echoed with the sharp crack of a slap. Jeff's palm struck Sevian hard across the face, sending him stumbling. "Do you still have something to say?" Jeff's voice was quiet but dangerous. Even Kaja, the group's fiery-tempered little princess, had instinctively backed away. Wade too had already taken several steps back. They all knew Jeff's fury wasn't something you wanted to be near. Sevian fell to his knees, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "I was wrong," he shouted quickly. "Boss, I was wrong." He didn't dare lift his head. He didn't even wipe the blood from his lips. One wrong move and Jeff could erase him without blinking. Jeff didn't speak again. Instead, he turned away and vanished into the mist. His final words echoed like a judgment bell. "Find him. He's been in that place long enough. Time he came out to stretch his legs." Only once Jeff had disappeared did the tension lift. Sevian stood slowly, wiping the blood away at last, but his eyes burned, not with remorse, but quiet resentment. Still, he said nothing. He simply turned and left, swallowed by the forest shadows. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content. As turbulent currents surged across the Grand Line, the dragon hunter pirates arrived just off the coast of the Wallows Islands, the venue of the long-awaited Pirate Expo. The closer they got, the more pirate ships dotted the horizon like schools of wild fish. Just today alone, dozens of crews had gathered, their sails whipping under the sea wind. Not long ago, Ryunosuke and his crew hadn't seen a single pirate ship for days. Now, it was as if every corner of the sea had converged on this point. Such was the pull of the Pirate Expo, hosted by the mysterious showman Buenafesta. A gathering where power, greed, and spectacle collided. But more than the fanfare, one rumor had lit a fire under every pirate's boots. The treasure of the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, was said to be involved. That was the kind of bait no pirate could resist. To stay under the radar, Ryunosuke had taken precautions. He'd ordered Kun to swallow the ship of the gods into its stomach dimension and had seized a large pirate ship en route to the expo. Better to blend in than arrive flying their infamous banner. If they showed up openly as the dragon hunter pirates, things would get far too messy too quickly. Captain, Najendo reported crisply, her eyes on a rolled parchment. Based on our observation, 47 pirate groups have already arrived. Some are rookies with strong bounties. Others are veterans from the old generation. It looks like this expo's going to be a gathering of monsters. Oh, and Morgan's just sent word. The Navy's heading here too. Ryunosuke grinned. Sounds like the party's heating up. He turned to his crew, many of whom were practically vibrating with anticipation. Their last confrontation, with Sevian and Wade, had ended before most of them could even lift a finger. Now that they were here, Ryunosuke didn't mind giving them a proper outlet. Well, want to join the festivities? Captain, please. Leona stepped forward, cracking her knuckles. Don't interfere this time. Let us handle things. Mine, lounging nearby with her rifle slung lazily across her back, yawned. I don't care either way. I'd rather nap on the ship than deal with noisy amateurs. TCH. So boring, Leona muttered under her breath. Ryunosuke laughed. All right. Those who want to join the expo, go enjoy yourselves. The rest can fish or nap, whatever you prefer. I won't be joining in. Given his current strength, taking part in a brawl for pirate showmanship felt meaningless. It would be like a lion competing in a crab race. More importantly, Ryunosuke had already sensed the presence of a certain legendary figure, one who had stirred his curiosity. Douglas Bullet. Rather than waste time on opening acts, Ryunosuke had a different target in mind. Got it, Captain. The crew replied in unison. Elsewhere, various factions of the Dragon Hunter pirates were arriving at the island. Characters like Shino and her team now operated as their own odd jobs squad, while Captain Levi ran a dedicated research unit. All were invited. Leaving command to his first division, Ryunosuke quietly slipped off the ship and set foot on the Wallows Islands. He had to admit, the location was excellent, remote enough to avoid Navy interference, outside the reach of major powers, and filled with natural barriers. Perfect for pirates. Elsewhere on the island, Bullet stirred, eyes narrowing. A strong presence, someone from our era? He stood slowly from his seat aboard his ship, eyes locked in the direction of the approaching Haki. Not long after, Ryunosuke arrived. Captain Ryunosuke of the Dragon Hunter pirates, Bullet said with a low chuckle. Didn't expect to see you here so soon. He recognized him instantly. Among the so-called pirates of the new era, Ryunosuke was the only one Douglas found worthy of attention. The others were chasing fame, gold, or empty titles. Ryunosuke chased strength, and that, to Bullet, was the only pursuit worth respect. Before the expo even officially began, to meet the captain of the sea's most feared pirate group, it was almost poetic. Demon's heir, Douglas Bullet, Ryunosuke responded, smiling faintly. Former combat monster of the Roger Pirates. And if I'm not mistaken, you've got the eternal pointer. Bullet didn't flinch. I do. He reached into his coat and pulled out an aged compass, the eternal pointer. It looked simple, weathered, unremarkable. But that was the mark of authenticity. The eternal pointers crafted before Roger's execution were rarely ornate. So, Ryunosuke asked, what's the price? Bullet tossed the compass into a box, dropping it to the side like it was a piece of driftwood. Fight me, he said simply. Win, and it's yours. To him, the eternal pointer meant nothing. He had already set foot on Raftel. The journey meant more to others. Agreed, Ryunosuke said, but I want more than the compass. I want to know what you experienced on that island. In return, if I lose, these are yours. He pulled out 5 vials of glowing green liquid. The instant the cork popped, a dense, potent aura of vitality filled the air. Bullet inhaled, and immediately felt his body thrum with energy. His blood boiled, his skin tingled. This was no ordinary healing elixir. Deal, Bullet said, but not here. He gestured to the crowd gathering nearby. If we fight here, half the pirates will turn tail and flee before the expo even starts. Behind him, Bullet's personal ship emerged from the fog. The 2 warriors stepped aboard and departed in silence, sailing away to find a battlefield worthy of their clash. As the sea calmed behind them, another figure appeared where they had stood, his steps silent, his presence undetectable. Even with the observation haki of Bullet and Ryunosuke at full tilt, Neither had noticed him until he revealed himself. That alone spoke volumes. Ryunosuke of the Dragon Hunter Pirates has made contact with Bullet, the man muttered, pulling out a small, rune-etched device. Do we continue surveillance? A calm voice replied through the device. No, they'll return on their own. Focus on analyzing that green substance Ryunosuke brought out. It gave off energy reminiscent of the Infinity Stone. The man clicked the device shut and vanished again, blending into the shadows. Now that Ryunosuke had arrived, the rest of the Dragon Hunter Pirates couldn't be far behind. And if there was any chance of gathering intel, it wouldn't be through the captain. It would be through the crew, back at the port. Najenda and her team had just completed registration and entered the Waroki Islands. Their arrival didn't go unnoticed. A 1st Division officer from the Dragon Hunter Pirates? Wait, where's their captain? I wonder if they're hiring. Excited murmurs rippled through the gathered pirates. These weren't nobodies, they were crewmates of the Emperor. Yes, in this new age, the 4 emperors still existed, but above them, one name reigned supreme. The Dragon Hunter Pirates. And their captain? He was the one now whispered of as the 5th emperor, the one who had surpassed even legends. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content. Aboard Bullet's ship, the salty breeze of the Grand Line swept past as 2 legends of different eras stood at ease. The sea was calm, for now. Bullet, Ryunosuke asked casually, his eyes sharp yet curious, do you know why Roger disbanded your crew? The world called Douglas Barrett a madman, a monster obsessed with strength. But now, alone with him, Ryunosuke saw something else. Calm, composure, silence. The persona of a wild beast was a mask carefully worn. Bullet, seated cross-legged near the helm, exhaled slowly. No idea. The moment we left Raftel, the captain told everyone, the crew was disbanding. No explanation. Just that. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. And really, did you ask him? I did, Barrett replied. But his answer was the same. He knew something, maybe even had orders, but he didn't share them. Shanks, too, probably knows. Bullet's voice was low, thoughtful. It's likely Roger gave individual instructions, missions only meant for specific crew members. Whatever it was, the rest of us weren't meant to know. Ryunosuke stayed silent for a moment, then asked, putting the past aside, what about now? Bullet glanced over. You spent a fortune gathering intel on me and my crew, right? Ryunosuke smirked. So tell me, Bullet, what do you think we're doing? Bullet folded his arms. That's the thing, I don't know. You're not treasure hunters. You don't raid cities. You don't take hostages or fly your flag to threaten islands. You came from the East Blue, cut a clean path through the Grand Line, and crushed every obstacle like it was child's play. Then, instead of celebrating, you turned your attention to the world government. That's not piracy. That's something else. More like warriors chasing some kind of freedom. Bullet leaned back against the rail. But in this world, freedom like that is treated like a crime. Ryunosuke gave a soft chuckle. Honestly, we don't have a grand plan, he said. The Dragon Hunter Pirates just want to stand at the top. That simple sentence carried a pressure that washed over the deck. Bullet blinked. It wasn't that Ryunosuke had used Conqueror's Haki. No, his ambition, his sheer presence, bled that energy naturally. Bullet, who could blanket half an island in raw Haki, recognized what this meant. This man was beyond even him. To stand at the top, Bullet repeated. Then what? Build a new empire? Dethrone the celestial dragons? Call yourself a god? There was clear disdain in his tone. Bullet had always despised such hypocrisy, those who claimed to seek freedom but only wanted to become the next tyrant. Ryunosuke shook his head. Starting a regime? Becoming the next god? That's boring. The sea belongs to everyone. Claiming it for yourself just puts you in the same cage as the people you want to defeat. If I wanted that, I'd be no different from the world government. Might as well join Dragon's Revolution. Bullet stared for a moment, then he burst out laughing. Ha! Finally, someone gets it, Captain Ryunosuke. If I survive this fight, I'll board your ship myself. I can feel it, your journey's going to be something legendary. The two warriors shared a rare moment of understanding, an unspoken bond forming through their ideals. Before long, their ship arrived at a small, uninhabited island roughly a day's sail from the Wallows. Far enough from the expo to avoid damage, and remote enough for a proper brawl. Bullet cracked his knuckles, his grin returning. "Now then, Captain Ryunosuke. Let's see what you've got." "Don't disappoint me." The air trembled as bullet power surged. Pieces of the ship began to float and twist, drawn into a gravitational storm around him. Wood, metal, even pieces of the island itself warped into his armor. His fusion fruit awakened. Bullet donned his living mecha like a knight preparing for war. Jet black armament hockey layered over it, thick and refined, flowing like oil over obsidian. It was Ryu-level hockey, refined, hardened, deadly. Dragon Hunter armor. Ryunosuke activated his own weapon, scaled armor laced with spirit-forged metal. Twin blades gleamed in his hands. 3 colors of hockey surged and clashed: conquerors, observation, armament. Their first clash echoed like a cannon blast. In that instant, every tree on the island was uprooted. Rocks shattered, earth split. The terrain was leveled in a heartbeat. Bullet colossal mech staggered as Ryunosuke's blade sliced through its chest plate with devastating precision. Chunks of armor scattered like broken bones. "You're wielding the breath of Raftel," Barrett said through gritted teeth, his pupils narrowing. "What did you just say?" Ryunosuke asked. Barrett pointed at the blade. "That power, the infinite white stone, it only exists on Raftel." "So it is from there," Ryunosuke muttered, then tossed a glowing white shard to Bullet. Bullet caught the infinite white stone and instinctively infused it into his armor. Boom! A shockwave erupted. Bullet form glowed with renewed strength. Speed, power, and defense all rose sharply. Destruction radiated from every movement. Ryunosuke gripped his twin blades tighter, reinforcing them with everything he had. He wouldn't risk these weapons being damaged in the battle. The clash continued. Hours passed. The island's edges broke off into the sea. Flames. Thunder. Debris. A battlefield of gods. And at the end, floating amid the ruins, stood Ryunosuke, bloodied but calm. Across from him, Bullet knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his armor cracked and flickering, steam rising from his body. "The fight's over, isn't it?" Ryunosuke said calmly. "Your body won't hold much longer." Bullet coughed violently and collapsed. His breathing was ragged. From the blood pooling beneath him, small white fragments shimmered faintly. Infinite white stone residue? Ryunosuke blinked. Could it be? The stone's power was too much for Bullet's body? "Take this," he said, tossing Bullet a vial of life essence. "You're not dying yet. You still need to come play on my ship." Bullet grinned weakly, catching the vial and gulping it down. The warmth flooded his veins instantly. He let out a long breath and looked at Ryunosuke with awe. "It's that scent again, Captain Ryunosuke, don't tell me. You weren't born on Raftel, were you? Because everything about you smells like Raftel. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content." Bullet words lingered in the air, heavy with implication. Ryunosuke, sitting on a broken slab of stone amidst the ruined island, narrowed his eyes. Bullet had just said that the infinite white stone carried the same aura as Raftel. That made sense. After all, some ancient records and scraps of intel hinted that infinity stones were tied to Raftel's mysteries. There had even been whispers that anyone sailing to the final island should bring one, or risk being rejected by the island itself. But the real surprise wasn't the white stone, it was the essence of life. That wasn't from any island. That was a system reward, a resource exclusive to Ryunosuke's journey. Something that, by all logic, shouldn't even exist in the world of One Piece. So how could Bullet recognize it as something from Raftel? "This isn't from Raftel," Ryunosuke said firmly. "I was born in the East Blue. I've never even set foot near the Grand Line's final island." Bullet gaze sharpened. But then, as if realizing something, he slowly nodded. "Right. East Blue. I forgot. You're one of the few monsters who actually came from there." He didn't ask further. Instead, he closed his eyes and let the essence course through him. A moment later, the damage he'd sustained during their battle began to fade. The scars dulled. The strain eased. His vitality restored. I lost, Bullet muttered, rising to his feet. So here, take it. He reached into his coat and handed Ryunosuke the eternal pointer to Raftel. Ryunosuke accepted the item, staring at the simple, worn compass. Despite its appearance, this was the most coveted object on the sea. A guide to the final island. But then, he frowned. The Pirate Expo. You gathered so many pirate crews. You're just going to let them fight over nothing? Bullet smirked. I have another one. He tapped the metal plating of his fused armor. This one's from our original navigator. I made a duplicate myself. That's what the others are chasing. In your story, you said you'd tell me what you saw on Raftel. Bullet gave a rare, bright laugh. Not malicious, genuine. To be honest, there's not much to say. Outsiders might find the sight of Douglas Bullet laughing like a normal man utterly surreal. The so-called devil's heir was showing a side of himself the world never saw. Or maybe, only Ryunosuke was allowed to see it. You felt it, right? Ryunosuke asked, leaning forward. The suppression. The rejection. The way Raftel treats devil fruit users. Yeah, Bullet said with a shrug. That's real. Roger didn't talk about it much, but it's why Shanks, and his whole crew, refused to eat devil fruits. I pushed through it, he added, pride flickering in his voice, barely. Buggy collapsed with a fever. Toki's body rejected it, but I endured. With enough willpower and raw strength, I held on. He paused, frowning at the memory. But once I set foot on that island, it was like my body started to cook from the inside. It wasn't just heat, it was like every cell was screaming. Ryunosuke listened silently. Bullet, user of the fusion fruit, was one of the strongest physical combatants alive. Few things could hurt him. And yet Raftel had nearly broken him. If I hadn't been using Conqueror's Haki the entire time, I would have collapsed, Bullet said. That island burns away anything unnatural. It's alive in a way the rest of the world isn't. Ryunosuke's eyes flickered with interest. That aligned with everything he'd heard before. The stories, the warnings. Then why didn't Roger force you back onto the ship? He asked. Knowing Roger's personality, protective, loyal, and cunning, it made no sense that he'd let Bullet suffer that way. Because of the same thing you gave me just now. Bullet raised the vial of life essence. Roger called it the infinite green stone back then, gave it to me before we landed. He twirled the empty glass between his fingers. Yours is stronger, but the aura, it's the same. Ryunosuke furrowed his brow. So far, he had encountered 4 stones, white, green, blue, and black. Until now, he thought they were scattered across the world. But if Raftel was a gathering place for them, just how many infinity stones existed? His curiosity deepened. What else did you encounter there? He asked. Why did Roger disband the crew after reaching Raftel? Was it really just about a dream, or something more? Bullet expression turned grim. After Roger gave me the green stone, he went alone. The rest of us were ordered to stay behind. We didn't step foot into the core of Raftel. Not even Rayleigh. He looked down at his scarred hands. When he came back, he spoke to each of us, one by one. Then he told us it was time to go home. And that was it. The tale aligned with every piece of information Ryunosuke had gathered so far. None of them had lied. None of them knew the full truth. The secret of Raftel was Roger's alone. Ryunosuke let out a breath. I see. Well, we're going, he said with a smile. The Dragon Hunter pirates will land on Raftel. Want to tag along for round 2? Barrett chuckled, shaking his head. Nah, been there, don't care to be roasted again. He paused, voice lowering, but when you go, be careful. There are things there, things guarding the island. Ryunosuke froze. Guardians. Bullet nodded slowly. I think that's why Roger disbanded the crew. Not just what he saw, but who he met. Those words struck something in Ryunosuke, guardians. His mind flashed back to Sevian and Wade. The strange aura. The overwhelming pressure. The vow-binding powers. The way even death didn't seem to concern them. Was it them? He raised a hand and focused his thoughts. A mental projection formed. 2 figures appeared in shimmering light, Sevian and Wade. Bullet eyes widened. You've already encountered them? His shock was genuine. Ryunosuke nodded. They showed up before the expo. interfered with some of our battles. Strange abilities, and no fear of death. Bullet leaned forward. We saw them, too, on Raftel, but they were already like that. Unaging. Untouchable. Something else entirely. Captain Ryunosuke, when did you meet them? Ryunosuke blinked. Not long ago. Weeks, maybe. Bullet clenched his fists. Then it's true, time hasn't touched them. Not in all these years. And they're still watching, still waiting. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content. After hearing Bullet's words, Ryunosuke shook his head slowly. We just met them a few days ago. A battle broke out shortly after, he said, voice calm, and those guys didn't come to negotiate. They came to pressure us. They're tied closely to Roy of the world government. As he spoke, Ryunosuke observed Bullet's face closely. He was still trying to confirm something. Roy's identity. From what Sevian had revealed, Roy was the true supreme leader of the world government. If Bullet reacted to that name, it might confirm his importance. But Bullet simply frowned, unimpressed. World government? Roy? He repeated. Never heard of him. We only had brief contact with those types. I doubt even the captain knew their names. Bullet shrugged. He sounded genuine, annoyed, but not hiding anything. At the same time, his curiosity deepened. What exactly had Ryunosuke and the Dragon Hunter pirates gotten tangled up in? What sort of forces had they crossed paths with to reach such strength? Bullet had already decided. He would board Ryunosuke's ship, for a few days, at least, just to understand. He didn't yet realize that this decision would lead to his greatest regret as a pirate. Let's head back, Ryunosuke said. No need to delay. You'll stay aboard my ship for a while. We'll talk more there. He raised a hand. Kun emerged from the air with a low rumble and swallowed both men into its inner space. Bullet's body still hadn't fully recovered, and his ship, fused from his own ability, was too taxing to maintain. Ryunosuke chose to spare him the burden. Soon, the two returned to the Wallows Islands. After parting ways with Bullet, Ryunosuke quietly found a hotel and checked in alone. Meanwhile, Najenda and the others had already secured their own lodging. But word of the Dragon Hunter pirates' presence spread like wildfire. Even though their captain hadn't been seen, the appearance of the First Division was enough to ignite a storm. Their reputation preceded them. Before long, pirates began pouring in. Some forgot all about the actual purpose of the Pirate Expo, choosing instead to rush straight to the inn where Najenda and her team were staying. Challenges were issued. Naturally, the Dragon Hunter pirates didn't back down. Especially Leona, who welcomed the warm-up before the real chaos began. At the same time, the Beast's pirates arrived. Leading them was Kane. The moment he learned that Najenda was present, he brought his men directly to her location. But not for a fight. King was still chasing after her. Unfortunately for him, the pursuit was rocky. Najenda barely gave him the time of day. While small skirmishes broke out across the island, Buena Festa, watching from the control room, smiled to himself. Having the first division of the Dragon Hunter pirates here was an unexpected gift. With them around, he whispered, this expo's value just went through the roof. More chaos. More violence. More opportunity. Then, the Den Den Mushi rang. Beru Beru Beru, Kacha. Buena Festa, came the deep, scratchy voice of Morgans. What exactly are you planning this time? You've stirred up a massive storm. If you don't back it up with something real, these pirates will kill you themselves. Despite Morgan's concern, his tone carried more irritation than worry. As someone tied closely to the underworld, he had no interest in watching a valuable contact throw his life away for no reason. Buena Festa's grin only widened. Morgans, you just enjoy the show, he said softly. As for my purpose, well, I can't share that just yet. The world government's always proud of how well they've buried the truth. But they've forgotten how many relics of the old era are still alive, still watching. Hearing those words, Morgans went silent. He understood the hint, and he knew there was no point pressing further. Buena Festa wasn't someone who planned to die. If anything, he was more dangerous now than ever. And for Morgans? The more chaos on the sea, the more stories to print. That was good for business. As time passed, more heavyweight crews began to arrive. The Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, led by Ace, appeared first. Not long after, the Big Mom pirates entered the harbor, with Katakuri at the helm. By now, almost all major players of the New World had gathered, everyone except for the red-haired pirates. Even the Navy had begun to act. A buster call had been issued. 3 admirals were dispatched, leading a full-scale assault aimed at eliminating Buena Festa and razing the Wallows Islands to the ground. Aboard one of the Navy ships. "Mr. Isho, what's your take on this pirate expo?" Green Bull asked, tearing into a chunk of meat before wandering over. Isho, known more commonly as Fujitora, rested his chin on one hand. "I just want to see," he said quietly, "what kind of justice pirates uphold when they gather and fight. That's all." Then he picked up a bowl of soba and began eating slowly. "Pirate justice?" Green Bull repeated, before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Mr. Isho. You're an odd one, as always." But Isho didn't respond. He wasn't joking. Many believed pirates couldn't have justice, but Isho didn't agree. In his eyes, everyone, pirate, marine, civilian, had their own version of justice. All of it came down to perspective. And in truth, the more time he spent observing the dragon hunter pirates, the more he realized that the world's so-called justice might need to be reconsidered. Elsewhere on the same ship, Borsellino stood alone at the bow, arms crossed. His golden coat fluttered in the sea wind as he stared out toward the islands. So much had changed. The dragon hunter pirates had flipped the world on its head. Zephyr had formed a new navy, and former admirals and officers were flocking to him. Some said Zephyr couldn't afford to pay them, but that didn't matter. Because so long as they didn't oppose the dragon hunters, they wouldn't be crushed. For many old Marines, that was all they wanted. After all, when they'd gone against the dragon hunter pirates in the past, they didn't even make it to cannon fodder status. Borsellino had once dreamed of retirement. Now, that dream was on hold. As one of the last remaining veteran admirals, he'd resumed training, serious, relentless training. It was the only way to keep up in a world where new monsters were rising by the day. Watching this, Sakazuki could only shake his head in confusion. But regardless of his thoughts, he had issued the order. Lead the buster call. Destroy Buena Festa. Level the Wallows Islands. And so, the stage was set. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content. 3 days later, just 2 days left until the grand opening of the Pirate Expo. The Wallows Islands were growing louder, denser, and more chaotic by the hour. With new arrivals docking one after another, the air was thick with tension and ambition. Ryunosuke sat alone by the window of a high-rise inn, watching the scene unfold below. "Buena Festa, so this is the surprise you've prepared?" he murmured. "If this really gets out, the ocean will plunge into even deeper chaos." He took a bite of a fruit, though his gaze never left the docks. His focus wasn't on Festa, but on the fleets that just kept coming. The island had long exceeded its limit for holding pirates. Yet crews kept flooding in, drawn by 2 things: the supposed appearance of the eternal pointer to Raftel, and the confirmed presence of the dragon hunter pirates. It was clever. Too clever. Ryunosuke didn't like being used. And if someone was going to exploit the dragon hunter name for attention, the least they could do was tell him what was going on. So he went to see Buena Festa himself. "Captain Ryunosuke, the truth should belong to everyone," Festa said nervously, sweat beading along his temples. "Besides, you're close with the Revolutionary Army, right? Wouldn't this help you too?" He tried to smile, but his voice shook. Ryunosuke hadn't raised a hand, but his aura was terrifying. Even during the height of the old era, when emperors clashed and monsters roamed freely, Festa had never met someone with this kind of presence. If Ryunosuke so much as blinked the wrong way, Festa was certain he'd be vaporized where he stood. "True, it doesn't affect me," Ryunosuke said flatly, "but what do you gain from it? You're not the type to do anything without benefit. People lived for profit, especially schemers like Buena Festa. There was no way this wasn't part of something bigger." Festa's expression changed. "Because one of the countries destroyed by the world government was my home." His eyes darkened, fury flickered across his face. "I don't care how long it's been. Their lives can't just be forgotten, they can't be erased." "Revenge," Ryunosuke said quietly, nodding, "I understand." And with that, he vanished. Festa exhaled sharply, collapsing into his chair. Only then did he realize how stiff his shoulders were. He could manipulate the sea's biggest egos and legends, but not that man. Even announcing Ryunosuke's presence felt like inviting death. Outside, Ryunosuke stepped into the street and immediately felt it. A faint presence. Observation haki. His eyes narrowed. That aura. He recognized it. He'd sensed it before, on the ship and again in Alabasta. It was always subtle, strange, hidden, but this time, he caught it. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Whoever it was tried to cut the connection, shutting off their perception entirely, but it was too late. Ryunosuke followed the trail like a hunter tracking prey. Moments later, he landed quietly on the deck of a familiar ship. Luffy, the straw hat ship bobbed gently in the harbor, and sure enough, the entire crew was there. Had he sensed wrong? Ha ha ha, big bro, you're here too? Luffy shouted, running up to him excitedly. I figured you weren't around. Your whole first division's here, but I couldn't find you. Ryunosuke chuckled. I had something to take care of. I won't be participating in the expo, though. You all can fight for the eternal pointer on your own. Wait, really? Nami jumped up, instantly alert. The eternal pointer to Raftel? Her eyes sparkled. I thought that was just a rumor. For once, it's not, Ryunosuke confirmed. Also, expect the truth behind the disappearances. And the world government's sins to be revealed here. He glanced over at Robin, who gave him a nod. Captain Ryunosuke, she said softly in greeting. Just then, Shing, Zoro unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Ryunosuke. Fight me. Bam, before the words finished leaving his mouth, Ryunosuke appeared in front of him and punched him square in the gut. Zoro folded like a house of cards, collapsing to his knees and shaking violently. Idiot, Ryunosuke thought. Doesn't even think before challenging someone. He blinked, taking in the rest of the crew. This ship really was full of lunatics. Except maybe Robin. And Nami, to a degree. But that observation haki earlier, he was certain, it hadn't been from Zoro. Someone else was hiding something. Yohohoho, Brook stepped forward. Captain Ryunosuke, may I join your crew instead? Crack. One punch. Skull shattered. Ryunosuke dusted his fist off calmly. Luffy, scratching his head, walked over. Hey, bro, are you looking for something? For someone who played dumb, Luffy could be surprisingly sharp at times. Ryunosuke gave him a smile. It's nothing, I saw your crew and figured I'd say hello. He turned to Zoro, still groaning on the deck. If you're itching for a fight, go challenge Kuina or Akame. And train Krillin while you're at it. Then he looked at Nami. I need to talk to you. Huh? Me? She asked, blinking. Nami wasn't sure what he wanted, but she was a little excited. The last time Ryunosuke visited, he'd given her a ridiculous amount of money. Which Luffy had nearly spent in its entirety. Still, she respected him. Nijiko had joined his crew, after all. And since she was his younger sister, Nami had taken to calling him Big Brother Ryunosuke. What's going on? She asked. Just something we need to discuss, alone. Luffy, Ryunosuke said. I'm borrowing your Nami for a bit. Huh? Luffy blinked. Okay, and just like that, Ryunosuke scooped Nami into his arms and vanished. Luffy stood there, staring. What just happened? He scratched his head. From the moment Ryunosuke arrived to the second he left, what exactly did he do? Luffy squinted. This was why talking to Ryunosuke always made his head hurt. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content. Moments later, Ryunosuke landed lightly atop the calm sea. Kun raised its massive head, forming a stable platform for the two of them to stand on. Nami, Ryunosuke said, turning to her seriously, what do you think of Luffy? If someone asked you to evaluate him, would you approve? Nami blinked in confusion, her brows knitting slightly. What kind of question was that? Luffy was her captain. He'd always treated everyone on the crew kindly. Well, when he wasn't gorging himself, causing trouble, or acting completely brainless. But even so, he had heart. Of course I approve, Nami answered after a beat, though her tone still carried doubt. He's reckless and kind of an idiot, but he's our idiot. Ryunosuke nodded slightly. Good. Then listen closely to what I'm about to say. Not even Luffy can know about this. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, worn box. With a flick of his wrist, he handed it to her. Inside were Belle Mare's personal records, alongside a notebook filled with cryptic notes from none other than Rocksteady Zebek. Curious, Nami opened the box and began reading. As she flipped through the pages, her expression slowly shifted, first to disbelief, then to shock. "Brother Ryunosuke, this," she whispered, voice tight. "That's right," he said quietly. "The two children Belle Mare wrote about, are you and Nejiko. The affinity you've always had with the weather, your unnatural intuition about climate, it's because of the power of the Heavenly King. You are its inheritor. You are the king." Nami stood frozen, the sea breeze catching strands of her hair. It was too much to take in at once. Ryunosuke understood. Nejiko had reacted the same way when he told her. I'm in danger, aren't I?" Nami finally asked, her voice small. "There's no doubt. I don't know if the world government knows your identity yet, but if they ever do, they'll come for you without hesitation, they'll stop at nothing." He didn't sugarcoat it. Nejiko, at least, stayed under his protection aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship. But Nami, her situation was far more precarious. Even with Luffy, she wasn't safe. "Not from them. Brother Ryunosuke," Nami said after a pause, "are you telling me this because you want me to join your crew?" She looked up at him, and if so, can I refuse? That question caught him off guard. He stared at her for a moment. Here she was, facing the weight of one of the world's greatest secrets, and her first concern was not about herself, but whether she was being pulled into something against her will. She was tougher than people gave her credit for. "I have no such plans," Ryunosuke replied. "Don't tell Luffy. Don't tell anyone, but keep your eyes open. If anything feels wrong, anything, call me." He handed her a small Den Mushi. "This one's special. It has a tracking function. If you reach out to me, I'll find you immediately, and if needed, the Dragon Hunter pirates will come too." He smiled. "Besides, Luffy's my little brother. I'm counting on you to keep taking care of him. If I drag you away now, the rest of that crew will get lost in the sea within 2 days." Nami stared down at the Den Mushi in her hands. The small creature blinked up at her innocently. He didn't want her as a weapon. He didn't want her power. He just wanted her to stay safe, and to help his brother. Luffy really does have a good brother, she thought. "Brother Ryunosuke," Nami muttered, glancing at him again. "Why are you and Nejiko so ridiculously amazing? And Luffy's just, Luffy?" Ryunosuke burst out laughing. "Luffy's the simplest among us. His dream is clear. His path is straightforward. He doesn't need anything else. As for the rest of us, we'll take care of the heavy lifting. Let's head back." He raised a hand. Kun emerged again, swiftly carrying the two of them back toward the Thousand Sunny. When they returned, the deck was already a chaotic mess. Sanji had just finished cooking, and the crew had launched into an all-out food war. Half the dishes were already gone. Ryunosuke had been mid-conversation with Nami on the way back, telling her more about Luffy's strengths and qualities. But now that they were here, did Luffy just try to swallow Chopper whole? He muttered. "This idiot, is this really their captain?" "Nami," he said, handing her a small chest. "This holds treasure worth 1 billion berries. Use it to stock up food. Luffy's appetite might cause another famine at sea." Nami's eyes sparkled. 1 billion? Her demeanor shifted instantly. "Don't worry, brother Ryunosuke. I'll take care of Luffy with my life." Clutching the chest tightly, she disappeared into her cabin. The treasure room of the Straw Hat Pirates had just gained another glittering addition. Ryunosuke stood quietly, observing the crew. They were loud, foolish, chaotic. And yet, warm. Are there really spies among this bunch? He thought, frowning slightly. If so, their acting deserves an Oscar. "Brother, come eat." Luffy waved him over with a mouth full of meat. "Chopper's gonna eat everything. You're the one eating everything," Sanji snapped, and promptly smacked Luffy in the face. "Ah, ha ha ha." Luffy laughed, rubbing his cheek. And just like that, the crew returned to their ridiculous antics. Ryunosuke found himself smiling. This is why everyone turns into an idiot aboard this ship. Even Zoro, once serious and stoic, had developed a slightly second-rate aura. Ryunosuke took one last look at his brother. Luffy, your enemies this time are serious. Don't take them lightly, but I believe you'll get that eternal pointer. Eternal pointer to Raftel? Luffy tilted his head. Don't care. Even if I get it, it doesn't mean anything. I'm gonna find Raftel on my own. Using some compass feels like cheating. Ryunosuke laughed again. Of course he would say that. After sharing a few more words with the crew, Ryunosuke quietly disappeared. The Thousand Sunny was already approaching the Wallows Islands. If anyone saw him traveling with the Straw Hats, they might shift their attention, and he didn't want Luffy's crew dragged into something more dangerous than necessary. After parting ways with the Straw Hat pirates, Ryunosuke dove into the sea. He narrowed his eyes. That observation haki earlier, it absolutely came from the Straw Hat pirates, and he'd sensed it before. But that kind of haki didn't belong to someone with good intentions. Which meant, he needed to find out who it was, and right now, he had time to kill. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat pirates had already landed on the island and, unsurprisingly, were now mingling with members of the first division of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Luffy, as always, acted without hesitation. He had completely regarded himself as a member of Ryunosuke's crew. Well, it made sense. After all, the captain of the Dragon Hunters was his older brother. Captain Ryunosuke, are you looking for me? Just as Ryunosuke was about to give up the search, a voice drifted to his ears. A voice he hadn't expected. He turned sharply, frowning. Standing before him was a skeleton. Brook? Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed, surprise flickering across his face. That strange aura, it was coming from him. Which meant, back in Alabasta, when he'd sensed that ominous presence, it had also been Brook. Captain Ryunosuke, Brook said calmly, his voice more composed than usual, this might not be our first meeting, but I suppose it's the first time we're truly speaking. He stepped forward. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Krulu Busalud, one of the original destroyers. These days, though, most simply call us guardians. As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from his skeletal frame. Ryunosuke instantly tensed. It was familiar, eerily so. This aura reminded him of Wade's, and the others. Bullet had mentioned this once before, guardians. So the rumors were true. I see, Ryunosuke said slowly, his voice calm but sharp. Mr. Krulu Busalud, now that you've revealed yourself, I assume you didn't come just to chat. What do you want? His tone was direct, devoid of hesitation. He had been caught off guard, yes, but that didn't mean he would be unprepared. Brook, Krulu, clearly had a reason for stepping out of the shadows. Brook nodded. Because you've already come into contact with some of my companions, and because they're beginning to suspect me. I realized I couldn't keep this secret much longer. So I figured, why not reveal the truth myself? This way, I might avoid unnecessary trouble. His reasoning was oddly practical. And Ryunosuke found himself intrigued. Truth be told, he had nearly stopped searching. The aura he sensed before had been vague, and he hadn't considered Brook seriously. Now, to see him come forward and confess, it was both unexpected and strangely admirable. Unnecessary trouble? Ryunosuke echoed, his tone laced with sarcasm. That depends on you, Mr. Krulu Busalud. You're a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and Luffy is my brother. With that identity, do you think I'd ignore your presence? He paused, eyes sharp. Don't tell me you just joined the crew on a whim, trying to enjoy life on a ship with a foolish captain. There's no need for that kind of talk. He cut straight to the point. As far as he was concerned, there was no direct conflict between them, at least not yet. But if Krulu's next words made him feel like a threat, then Ryunosuke wouldn't hesitate to act. Brook didn't flinch. Our captain has the potential to become Joy Boy. And for that reason, we need him. But don't misunderstand. I've never once considered harming him. I've long since accepted him as my true captain. His voice was firm, unwavering. Ryunosuke's gaze turned thoughtful. Joy Boy. If he hadn't appeared in this world, then yes, Luffy might have been the one destined for that role. The conversation with Zunesha, the ability to hear the sea canes. All signs pointed to Luffy. And Ryunosuke had a feeling that with stronger observation haki, he too might be able to hear everything. So Brook's explanation did make a kind of twisted sense. But Shirahoshi had chosen him. Pluton would fall into his hands. And Nami was only a quarter king. Would that be enough for Luffy to inherit the title of Joy Boy? He wasn't sure. Joy Boy. That title. And the final island, you're saying it's not under your control anymore? Ryunosuke asked, his tone sharper now. Something in his mind clicked into place. Bullet had said it. The Guardians protected Raftel. And now Krulu had used the same word, Guardian. The pieces were starting to align. You were driven out, weren't you? A long time ago. Brook lowered his skull slightly. Yes, but now, we can no longer set foot there. Those guys, he didn't finish the sentence. But the anger in his voice, the tremble in his tone, it said enough. Ryunosuke remained quiet. He wasn't someone to act based on emotions or sympathy. Until he was sure these guardians were no longer a threat, he would remain cautious. After all, Sevian had attacked them, launched a full assault on the dragon hunter pirates. And Roy, from the world government, seemed to be associated with the same faction. I don't care what your dreams are, Ryunosuke finally said, voice cold. I just want to know, you people, you're not my enemies, not yet. He paused. But, if that's true, then why did Sevian attack my crew? Brook froze. The moment the question was asked, he had no answer. Because the truth was simple. Sevian had acted on his own. No coordination, no order, just personal motives. But even as Brook prepared to say that, he hesitated. Because deep down, a part of him questioned whether that was really true. If we can't cooperate, he said slowly, then I hope we can at least avoid being enemies. That's why I came here, to reveal myself. I don't want another Joy Boy becoming our enemy. With that, Krulu Busalud fell silent. The next move would be Ryunosuke's to make. After hearing Krulu Busalud's final words, Ryunosuke found himself believing them, at least a little. After all, even the strongest crews have their own lunatics. Just like in the Dragon Hunter pirates, Ban among the 7 deadly sins was a complete madman. If he ever truly went off the rails, he'd be 10 times worse than Sevian. So, judging an entire crew by the actions of one member? That was short-sighted. I'll just call you Brook, Ryunosuke said at last. At least, in my eyes right now, you're still that Brook. I'd rather not see the day my sword has to fall on you. As two people who wield the power of the underworld, I hope we can stand on the same side. With that, Ryunosuke drew his Yellow Springs contract. A wave of underworld energy swept out, that distinct, chilling scent immediately spreading in the air. Krulu Busalud did the same, some his own ability. I've been wondering for a while now, Ryunosuke said with a small smile. Your power, it's not from a devil fruit, is it? It feels too pure, it's straight from the underworld, isn't it? Brook nodded. I still use devil fruit power to explain things. Otherwise, it'd be hard for people to understand how I can survive in this form. But yes, it's the true power of the underworld. I also hope we never end up on opposing sides, Captain Ryunosuke. Krulu raised his staff sword and touched it to the Yellow Springs contract. The moment they made contact, a resonant energy pulsed between them. It was undeniable, this was power of the same origin. Ryunosuke nodded, eyes calm. Brook, Luffy can be a little dense. I won't tell him any of this. But as for what you plan to do next, you'd best keep your identity in mind, and think about the safety of the others on board. Return the favor, and treat them with the same care. With those final words, Ryunosuke vanished. Krulu Busalud stood still for a moment, then exhaled in relief. It seemed, for now, he could remain aboard the Thousand Sunny as Brook. After this direct encounter, Krulu came to realize something. Ryunosuke wasn't the violent, arrogant monster that the rumors made him out to be. If he truly was that kind of man, Krulu wouldn't have even been given a chance to explain. It seems I need to reevaluate our relationship, Krulu muttered. But convincing the others, that won't be easy. He frowned at the thought of his fellow guardians. Especially Sevian, who had just been humiliated by the Dragon Hunter pirates. There was no way Sevian would accept them. And Wade, calm on the surface, but prideful deep down. The Dragon Hunter pirates had stepped on his pride. That wound wouldn't heal easily. Convincing him to accept them, probably impossible. Krulu sighed. This kind of problem, I should ask the boss. His thoughts drifted to Jeff. Now that he had revealed his identity to Ryunosuke, it was only right to inform the others. Otherwise, they might still assume Krulu Busalud was hiding secrets, and expect him to handle impossible tasks. He also hoped Jeff could offer a better solution. Ultimately, their crew's stance toward the Dragon Hunter pirates would be Jeff's decision to make. With that, Krulu disappeared as well. Ryunosuke emerged from the water and returned to the sea. Shirahoshi, he said, turning to Shirahoshi, do you think what he said was true? I don't know, she replied softly, but when he spoke, there was no malice in his heart. It was true. Shirahoshi had grown tremendously since joining the Dragon Hunter pirates. Most notably, her mastery of haki. Her observation haki had recently broken through. Now, she could sense good and evil in others, just like Admiral Fujitora. It was a rare ability, and a useful one at that. I'm guessing the guy's more troubled than I am right now. Ryunosuke gave a slight smirk, then let's not worry about him. Time to focus on our own business. With that, he entered Kun's mouth, and together with Shirahoshi, vanished beneath the waves. 2 days passed. Then, the long-awaited Pirate Expo finally began. This time, the hosts were none other than the Celebration Pirates. And the theme? The announcement said waves across the seas? This expo's objective was to locate a legendary treasure hidden on the island. Raftel's Eternal Pointer. Whoever obtained it would not only win a bounty of 1 billion berries, they'd also uncover a shocking secret. As the event kicked off, waves of pirates surged into the island's competition zone. Even members of the former 7 warlords of the sea made an appearance. Most came to spectate, not to compete. But there were exceptions, like Crocodile, who had his eyes set on the Eternal Pointer. Wealth, fame, battle. The island exploded into chaos. Of the 4 emperors and 1 emperor, only red-haired Shanks chose not to appear. The other 4 pirate groups, all present. The Revolutionary Army had also sent their agents. Even the world government's CP organizations were here, moving in the shadows. This was the most chaotic gathering in recent memory. Far above the chaos, Bullet arrived at the high-rise building where Buena Festa was waiting. What's the situation with the world government and the Navy? Bullet asked bluntly. This whole expo had been orchestrated by Festa, with Bullet blessing. But Bullet wasn't naive. He knew Festa had his own goals. Still, as long as both sides got what they wanted, Bullet didn't care. People from the world government are already here, Festa said lazily. The Navy has issued the highest-level buster call. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki stayed behind, but all 3 admirals have been deployed. My plan has already succeeded. Festa reclined in his chair, utterly relaxed. He no longer cared how the Pirate Expo would unfold. As long as the Navy showed up and the chaos erupted, his objectives were met. Your body's giving out, huh? Bullet looked at him, a hint of disappointment in his voice. They were pirates of the same era, old monsters, watching another one fall to illness. It was depressing. Only someone like you could survive that place's aura, Festa replied with a dry smile. Oh, by the way, Captain Ryunosuke came to me earlier, asked about some things. I didn't say a word about Raftel. Bullet raised an eyebrow, then said nothing. He turned to the window. Outside, the island was alive with youthful energy. New pirates, full of fire and ambition. He remembered when they were like that, reckless, fearless, hungry for the world. Then stay alive a little longer, Barrett said at last. You might just get to witness their miracles. With those parting words, Bullet vanished. Festa watched him go. Then lit a cigarette. Stay alive longer, huh? If only it were that easy, he exhaled, a slow stream of smoke curling around his words. Like all the regrets and helplessness he'd carried for years. While the battle raged back at the islands, Ryunosuke had already sailed far from the chaos. After all, now that he possessed Raftel's Eternal Pointer, there was no reason to fight over it. And honestly, when he did take action, it often felt like bullying. You had to remember, he and the 4 emperors' pirate groups were now recognized together as the 4 emperors and 1 emperor of the sea. With that kind of title, fighting over scraps with rookie pirates felt beneath him. Of course, if Ryunosuke hadn't secured the eternal pointer, things would be different. He would have fought tooth and nail for it. Master Ryunosuke, what are we doing here? Shirahoshi looked around the unfamiliar waters with confusion. As a recent addition to the Dragon Hunter pirates, she had no clue what Ryunosuke was up to, and didn't dare ask more than that. I have a meeting. Just stay behind me for a bit, Ryunosuke replied calmly. Understood, Shirahoshi will behave. She nodded earnestly, clearly excited. It was the first time Ryunosuke had taken her along for something important, and she was eager to make a good impression. Plus, she was curious about meeting people beyond the crew. Before long, a large ship appeared on the horizon. The man approaching was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Captain Ryunosuke, Dragon called out as they came closer. He offered a respectful greeting. Though Ryunosuke hadn't directly joined the Revolutionary Army's fight, his influence had helped tremendously. Not only had the Heracles technology he shared solved their food crisis, but the strategies he'd passed on had given them a clear path forward. Some nobles even began supporting the movement. After all, maintaining their so-called noble status meant paying massive amounts of heavenly tribute to the world government every year. They were beginning to realize it wasn't worth it. Worse, when they quietly stopped paying, they were, coincidentally, attacked by pirates, again and again. It didn't take long for them to understand, these weren't real pirate raids. They were deliberate punishments orchestrated by the world government to force compliance. Dragon also had a theory that the world government allowed pirates to run free to keep the kingdoms in check. Without threats on the seas, those kingdoms might stop paying tribute entirely. Hello, Chief Dragon, Ryunosuke said casually. So, why did you ask to meet? Is there something the Revolutionary Army needs from the Dragon Hunter pirates? Seeing Dragon in person made Shirahoshi's eyes widen in awe. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, a former vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, Monkey D. Dragon. So this was who Ryunosuke meant to meet. Did this mean the Dragon Hunter pirates were part of the Revolutionary Army too? She had so many questions, but kept them to herself. Her job was to stand behind her captain. Who's this? Dragon asked, glancing at the unfamiliar figure behind Ryunosuke. What he had to discuss couldn't be overheard. This is our newest crewmate, Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island. Ryunosuke introduced smoothly. Shirahoshi, this is Mr. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Hello, Mr. Dragon, Shirahoshi greeted politely. Hello, Dragon nodded. If she's one of your crew, then I trust her. His gaze turned serious. I need information. Everything you know about the world government. You've declared war on them, haven't you? Or preparing to? You're really going through with it? Ryunosuke interrupted. Yes, Dragon replied, nodding. 6 allied nations have already agreed to join our cause. The Revolutionary Army is stronger than ever. There was confidence in his voice. Ryunosuke fell silent for a moment, then sighed. I wouldn't recommend it. Not yet. The world government isn't as simple as you think. Honestly, I don't see much chance of success with what you have. He didn't want to douse Dragon's momentum, but facts were facts. Roy hadn't even shown up last time, and now, a group of guardians had entered the scene. Not to mention the deeper forces hidden behind the world government. They weren't opponents Dragon could face just yet. At most, his current strength was on par with Sakazuki. Maybe even a bit weaker than his own father. After all, Garp's strength was terrifying. If they launched a full-scale war now, they'd be crushed. Ryunosuke began detailing the truths he'd uncovered. The powers behind the throne, the hidden figures, the guardians. As Dragon listened, a thoughtful look settled on his face. Ryunosuke couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. The things he just revealed could shatter the resolve of anyone, even someone with a strong will. Well? Ryunosuke asked, still planning to go through with it? His tone had lost its earlier edge. At first, he'd assumed Dragon was blindly charging forward. But now, it was clear the man had a deeper understanding, and the resolve to match. I don't have an answer yet, Dragon admitted. But if the world really is as dangerous as you say, we'll have to delay. Delay? Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Dragon nodded, a faint smile forming. Yes. Those people you mentioned, they're not focused on this sea. Maybe when the mystery of Raftel is finally revealed, that's when the Revolutionary Army will strike. I hope you succeed, Ryunosuke replied, smiling faintly. Someone's coming. Dragon suddenly looked off into the distance, his expression sharpening. Ryunosuke turned in the same direction. Old man? A familiar presence entered his observation haki. There was no mistaking it. Garp. Really? You've retired, and you're still chasing after things on the sea? Ryunosuke chuckled. Persistent old geezer. Dragon sighed, though there was a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, the relationship between father and son wasn't as bad as it looked. Even if they stood on opposite sides, Garp must still be proud of his son. He'd never had much faith in the world government either. I'm heading out. If I stay, the old man will punch me. With that, Dragon steered his ship away. As the Revolutionary Army vessel sailed off into the distance, and Garp's ship slowly drew near. Ryunosuke sat cross-legged on the sea, calmly waiting for his grandfather to arrive. Soon, Garp arrived, accompanied by his two longtime partners. Ever since Sengoku and Suru had stepped down from active duty, they'd been traveling the world with Garp, finally enjoying the freedom they were once denied. It was time they did something for themselves. After all, they'd given the best years of their lives to the Navy. Besides, Sengoku had always secretly envied Garp's ability to go where he pleased. Now, he finally had the chance to do the same. Ryunosuke, come aboard and have some senbei, Garp called out casually upon spotting him and Shirahoshi waiting on the waves. Alright. With a light movement, Ryunosuke brought Shirahoshi with him and landed smoothly on their ship. None of the three elders held any real position in the Navy anymore. So naturally, their vessel wasn't some grand marine warship, it was an ordinary boat. Plain, low profile, and unlikely to attract attention. That brat dragon sure ran fast, Garp muttered. Probably afraid you'd punch him, Sengoku added, smirking. Ha ha ha, they all laughed heartily. Ryunosuke realized he'd probably been left behind deliberately, to cover Dragon's retreat and prevent Garp from chasing after him. Say, shouldn't you be trying to arrest me right now? Ryunosuke asked, eyebrow raised. Instead, you're offering snacks? After all, their identities were on completely opposite sides of the law. Arrest you? Garp scoffed. Come on, kid. You think the three of us old geezers can capture you and the dragon hunter pirates? Let's be real. Then, Garp did something unexpected. He stood upright, solemnly bowed, and said, Thank you, Ryunosuke. The shift in tone made Ryunosuke freeze. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He said in alarm, hurrying to lift the old man up. You've had your differences with the Navy because of me, Garp said seriously, so I had to thank you in person. Even as a pirate, I know you're not a bad guy, he smiled faintly. How about it? Want to reconsider and stop right there? Ryunosuke immediately cut him off. This geezer was still trying to recruit him into the Navy? Even now? Incredible. That's not what I meant, Garp scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. But seriously, it'd be a waste if all that power of yours was just used to be a pirate. If you joined us, if you joined the Navy, we could undo everything. With your strength and your crew behind you, we could. Garp, enough. Suru interrupted, her voice calm but firm. She'd had enough of Garp's speeches, especially that one. The plan he referred to, it had already failed long ago. Everyone could see the world government was using the Navy as a puppet. But only a few knew that there had once been a different dream, one secretly built by Garp, Sengoku, and Suru. They thought maybe, just maybe, they could change the system from the inside. But it all crumbled because their power wasn't enough. Garp's refusal to become an admiral had been a quiet protest. Sengoku accepted the title only to protect him, and Suru? She became chief of staff so someone could clean up Garp's messes. That's how it always was. Garp, Ryunosuke said softly, I know what you meant. But, if it's a failed plan, let it fail. This era belongs to us now. So let me choose my own path. He didn't say it out of arrogance. He just didn't want to walk their path anymore. You're strong, kid. No doubt about it, Garp said. But take it from me. Take a break sometimes. Seriously? That was your plan? Suru snapped. That's not a plan. That's just personal heroism. There's no real difference between what you tried to do and what Dragon's doing now. She shot him a glare. Garp, for once, had no comeback. He couldn't argue, because in the end, their efforts had failed. By the way, Ryunosuke, give me some of what you gave to Whitebeard, Garp said suddenly, changing the subject. What I gave to Whitebeard? Ryunosuke tilted his head. You mean, the food? Don't play dumb. Garp stared at him. Whitebeard's body was a mess. Then suddenly, it was better. What did you give him? Ryunosuke didn't bother dodging anymore. Fine, this, he said, pulling out a single drop of life essence and handing it over. As the dense aura of vitality flowed from the droplet, the three elders stared at it in shock. This feeling, Garp muttered. Exactly, Suru said, stepping forward, it's just like it. Or rather, it's a refined version of it, Sengoku added. You're not saying it's related to that, are you? Ryunosuke asked, utterly confused. Did they somehow already know about life essence? Had they discovered wild sources of it before? I'm lost. What are you guys even talking about? He asked. I've seen this before, Garp replied. He raised his hand, and a faint green shimmer appeared in his palm. Not from his forehead, of course. He had to keep up appearances. If people saw that, they'd question if Dragon was really his son. Is that the infinite green stone? Ryunosuke's eyes widened. This was the first time he'd seen it in person. You recognize it? Yeah, he nodded. Though I've never held one before. You call this thing the essence of life, Garp said. Where did you get it? Straight to the point. Typical Garp. No scheming, no cautious probing. Just ask directly. I created it, Ryunosuke said simply. He held out his palm, and another drop of life essence materialized from thin air. Garp frowned. You have this kind of ability? Wait, you can generate it? Prepare a tank for me. Garp grinned shamelessly. Ryunosuke. Even Suru and Sengoku couldn't watch anymore. What was this? Seawater? You're lucky to get a few drops, and now you want a whole tank. And from a man, no less. If you were a beautiful woman, maybe we'd let it slide. But an old man? Shameless. Immediately after, Garp was met with a synchronized punch from Sengoku and Suru. Ryunosuke, don't listen to him. This life essence, it must be related to the infinite green stone. The abilities are probably connected, Suru said calmly. And since Garp knows where to find them, he should take you there. Who knows, maybe we can even produce more life essence. After delivering Garp's punishment, Sengoku spun around and promptly sold him out. You saw it earlier. The reason Garp keeps pushing his limits is because he never stopped training. But the two of us, Sengoku gestured between himself and Suru. We're weaker now. Age caught up with us. So, we need this too. It's not like we want it for free, Suru added. We'll trade it, for access to the infinite green stones. Besides, Garp owes us. She casually exposed all the dirt from Garp's past. Originally, Garp had planned to test Ryunosuke a bit, maybe hold back some information. But these two old traitors, they aired everything out. With his hand forced, how was he supposed to negotiate with Ryunosuke now? Old man, you were sitting on resources of the infinite green stone this whole time. But if that's true, Ryunosuke looked at the three of them in confusion. If Garp truly had access to the infinity green stones, why didn't he give any to Sengoku or Suru? It would have been a major help for their original plan, to reform the navy from within. But clearly, only Garp had managed to avoid the decline of age and continue improving. Was it because the other two were devil fruit users? Could there be some kind of conflict between the devil fruit and the infinity stones? You're wondering why we didn't use them, right? Sengoku spoke up, catching Ryunosuke's expression. Exactly. He nodded. Something this powerful, he had to understand the risks. We can't use it. It's different from the life essence you created. Same aura, yes, but the energy is far more violent. Even before it merges into the body, it starts getting rejected. And no, it's not just because we're devil fruit users. Others tried as well. But, Sengoku's voice trailed off, heavy with regret. Ryunosuke could already guess what had happened. They must have experimented with the infinity green stones on people they trusted. People close to them. People who shared their ideals during their time in the Navy. And something had gone terribly wrong. Only one name came to mind. Was it Zephyr? He asked quietly. Sengoku nodded. Then, with a deep breath, he explained what had happened. When Garp pushed them to try again, Zephyr discovered what they were up to. After learning the full story, Zephyr volunteered to become the test subject. He wasn't a devil fruit user, and he was one of their closest comrades. Garp had only agreed to it because he wanted to rule out the possibility that the problem stemmed from devil fruits. But the moment Zephyr made contact with the stone, he suffered a massive rejection. He began vomiting blood almost immediately. If Garp hadn't pulled the infinity green stone away in time, Zephyr would have died. After that, they abandoned the idea entirely. They never brought it up again. If not for the life essence in Ryunosuke's possession, Garp wouldn't have dared revisit the concept. And Zephyr? He never fully recovered. Before his body could heal, he was ambushed by Weevil. He lost an arm. His family was slaughtered. And when Weevil was later appointed as one of the 7 warlords, Zephyr finally lost all faith in the Navy and left for good. That's why Sengoku and Tsuru hadn't dared face him again since. I see. Ryunosuke fell silent for a moment, then, he slowly reached out his hand. Can I try? Let's try it. Although Garp hesitated, he eventually produced a sealed crystal box. Inside it was a vibrant green stone, pulsing with fierce energy. The infinite green stone that Garp had shown him before had already fused into his body. There was no taking it back. This one, however, was still unbound. As soon as Ryunosuke held it in his palm, he could sense it. This aura was nothing like the previous infinity stones he'd encountered. It was like pure, volatile life force, violently compressed into a solid form. He placed it on his palm. Immediately, a terrifying energy surged through his body. It felt alive, like it was searching for a host it could resonate with. But within seconds, the violent surge was blocked. Ryunosuke's own power burst forth instinctively, wrapping around the invading force. A digestion process began. Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp watched nervously. They were ready to interrupt at the first sign of trouble. After all, they hadn't forgotten what happened to Zephyr. And if something happened to the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates now, the entire Grand Line might burn in revenge. The Navy wouldn't survive it. They watched as the energy within the stone grew more and more intense. The aura of life was nearly overflowing. Garp clenched his fists, ready to grab the stone away. "Old man, I can still handle it." Ryunosuke's voice interrupted him. "This thing's pretty interesting." Whenever he spoke, wisps of green steam leaked from his mouth. "Oh my god, have you not brushed your teeth lately? Why's your breath glowing green? Are you rotting from the inside?" Garp instantly retracted his hand and took a step back, but not without one last jab. "Garp, your timing is always impeccable." Tsuru gave him a sideways look. Even now, this guy was still cracking jokes. Still, seeing that Ryunosuke was stable, they all relaxed slightly. Buzz! Suddenly, the infinity green stone merged completely into Ryunosuke's palm. A powerful resonance exploded outward. At the same time, Garp's body also reacted, his fused stone vibrating in sync. Feeling the disturbance, Shirahoshi immediately placed her hand on Ryunosuke's back. The vibrations gradually subsided. Garp, meanwhile, was flushed and panting, like something major had just happened to his body. "What the hell did you do, brat?" His eyes widened as he glared at Ryunosuke. There was definitely something more going on. It couldn't be a coincidence that the moment Ryunosuke absorbed the infinity green stone, his body reacted too. Hearing Garp's question, Ryunosuke simply spread his hands, looking innocent. After all, he just absorbed the infinite green stone right in front of the three of them. Even he had felt the terrifying surge of energy flowing through his blood. If it hadn't been for Shirahoshi's intervention to help suppress it, he might have truly lost control and gone berserk. Thinking of that possibility, Ryunosuke calmly forced the violent energy out of his body. Soon, the infinity green stone reappeared in his hand. "No, it's not that my body's special," he said. "It's that this thing refuses to merge with me at all. Whether you have powers or not, I think anyone would have reacted the same way I did." The sheer violence of the energy went beyond anything Ryunosuke had expected. If used purely for research, maybe it could be harnessed. But if the goal was to make it compatible with the human body, that was another story entirely. This infinity stone feels more like a power source. Like oil, electricity, or nuclear reactions back in my previous life. All powerful forms of energy, sure. Not life energy exactly, but close in nature. To put it simply, this is the life energy of a machine. Humans, on the other hand, run on something entirely different. But this infinity green stone, it contains both. It was a hybrid, half mechanical life energy, half natural. Too much for the average human body to handle. Anyone who tried to forcibly integrate it would suffer immediate rejection. But then how did Garp manage to fuse with it? Sengoku asked seriously. That was the question weighing on all their minds. Especially since, despite his age, Garp had continued growing stronger, something this stone might explain. I guess Uncle Garp's just built different, Ryunosuke shrugged. What makes him special? I've got no clue. Even he was a bit confused. With his current strength, suppressing that level of energy should have been easy. After all, his own aura was composed of life energy. He could refine it for his own use. But reality had slapped him in the face. Yes, he could suppress the power. Even without Shirahoshi's help, he likely wouldn't have been overwhelmed. But the rejection his body experienced, that was no small thing. For a moment, all three of them stared at Garp. As if to say, all right, spill it. What are you hiding? What the hell are you looking at me for? If I actually knew how to use this thing properly, do you think I'd keep it a secret? I would have trained my own apprentice, my son, my grandson, never mind, forget about Luffy, that idiot's a lost cause. The whole navy would have been stacked by now. Garp's voice was half defensive, half exasperated. To be fair, Sengoku said calmly, if Garp did know how to use it, he would have told us. There's no way he'd just carry this thing around doing shady experiments. He paused, then added, even if the guy's usually unreliable, I trust him on this. Suru nodded in agreement. After hearing them speak, Ryunosuke felt the same. He didn't think the three of them were trying to deceive him. By the way, he said, turning to Garp with curiosity. You mentioned earlier that the old man here has control over the infinite green stone's resources. What exactly does that mean? Is it some kind of mineral vein? He furrowed his brows. If such a thing existed, the world government would have taken it a long time ago. Their research on the Infinity Stones surely went deeper than anyone else's. To what extent, Ryunosuke didn't know. But one thing was certain. If these stones existed in large quantities, the world government would have secured every last one. In the East Blue, Garp said suddenly. Just as Ryunosuke was thinking Garp wouldn't spill anything easily, the old man dropped that bomb without a shred of hesitation. And Ryunosuke nearly cursed aloud. The infinite white stone had also been discovered in the East Blue. More specifically, in Shimotsuki village. That was where he'd obtained the Heart of Eternity, even though he still had no clue what the thing actually did. And now this? The infinite green stone was also from the East Blue? What was going on over there? Was the East Blue secretly the holy land of the Infinity Stones? East Blue? He repeated. Don't tell me it's hidden on Mount Kalubo? He grinned. The moment he said it, the other three turned toward him, dead serious. Oi, don't tell me I guessed it, Ryunosuke blinked in disbelief. Because Garp had a habit of vanishing to the East Blue whenever he had free time. And whenever he was there, he'd drop by the Goa Kingdom. Specifically to see Dayton, a bandit who ruled over Kalubo. Ryunosuke had just been throwing out a wild guess. But judging by their expressions, he'd hit the bullseye. Still, he'd lived in Fuchsia village for quite a while. Why hadn't he noticed anything strange? Wait. Under the bandit hideout. A sudden memory clicked in his mind. They'd pretty much explored all of Mount Kalubo back then. If something strange had been hidden, surely they would have found it, right? Except, there was one place they never touched, Dayton's house. It wasn't like they didn't try to cause trouble there. They did. But every time they did, Dayton beat them so badly they swore never to try again. Eventually, they gave up on bothering her and found new places to run wild. So they forgot about it, but now, thinking back, could Dayton's presence there have been a cover to guard the Infinity Green Stone? Great. Just great, Garp muttered as he sat down with a sigh. This brat knows everything already. Go ahead and start negotiating terms, I guess." His voice was filled with resignation. Originally, he'd wanted to use the Infinity Green Stone's location as leverage. But now, before he could even offer it, Ryunosuke had already figured it out on his own. Honestly, who wouldn't feel defeated in a situation like this? Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged awkward smiles. They'd completely forgotten. Ryunosuke was from the East Blue, and had ties to the Goa Kingdom. Of course it'd be the first place he'd think of. "Captain Ryunosuke," Sengoku said, taking a deep breath. "There's something we'd like your help with." "Go ahead, Uncle Sengoku. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I won't refuse." Ryunosuke nodded seriously. Even if they hadn't brought up the Infinity Stone, he would have still heard them out. If he could help, he wouldn't turn them away. "The Navy's in a difficult position right now," Sengoku began. "If something happens in the future." "I get it," Ryunosuke interrupted. Then, he stood up. "So long as the Navy doesn't pick a fight with us, the Dragon Hunter pirates won't go looking for trouble." His tone was calm but firm, a warning hidden in the promise. "If you don't cross us, we won't cross you, but if you do, don't expect mercy." A few hours later. "You're saying, the Dragon Hunter pirates, truly?" After making his promise, Ryunosuke had already departed. For several hours, the three of them sat in silence. Finally, Sengoku broke it. His voice was steady but thoughtful. "I don't know if the Dragon Hunter pirates will ever be friendly with the Navy." He paused, frowning slightly. "But that kid, Ryunosuke, he might actually be capable of it." Crane folded her hands, speaking plainly. "We've done nearly everything we can at this point." She glanced sideways. "Garp, you're not still holding on to that, are you?" Her words cut directly, but she already knew the answer. "Tsuru, you should understand this better than anyone." Garp's tone was rough, yet softened by nostalgia. "If we hadn't pursued things so stubbornly back then, maybe we wouldn't be carrying this burden today." He tilted his head back, eyes distant. "But now we can see a glimmer of hope. Why not look forward to it?" The look on his face carried memories of old battles and younger days. Crane saw his expression and let the silence remain. For Garp to still cling to such hopes, it was brave in its own way. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke had already reached another island. Though the fighting across the Wallows Island still raged fiercely, it no longer concerned him. With Najenda and the others guarding the front, the battle could be left in their hands. "Shirahoshi, I need your help." He had been turning the thought over in his mind the entire journey. Now that he had learned this new piece of information, he couldn't sit still. He had to follow the trail. "Lord Ryunosuke, if there's anything you need me to do, please tell me." Shirahoshi's voice carried unusual pride. "I'm a member of the Dragon Hunter pirates now." Her earnest declaration made Ryunosuke smile. She had been anxious for some time now. He understood why. She wanted to prove herself, to truly become part of their crew. Yet with Night Raid's background as assassins, their methods and words were far from something Shirahoshi could easily connect with. Still, her determination shone through. "I know." Ryunosuke's tone softened. "This time, I'll leave it to you." He leaned forward slightly, eyes full of trust. "And I want you to handle it alone." "Alone?" Shirahoshi blinked, startled, then nodded with vigor. "I'll definitely complete the task." She puffed out her chest, only to suddenly realize something. "Wait, Master Ryunosuke, you've been talking all this time but never actually said what I'm supposed to do." Ryunosuke chuckled. "Only you can do this." His gaze grew distant, heavy with meaning. "I need you to go to the East Blue, my homeland. The Goa Kingdom. Fusha Village." Shirahoshi's eyes widened. "There, you'll find Makino. She'll take you to Miss Dayton." He pulled a sealed letter from his coat and placed it in her hands. "Give this to her. And if Dayton agrees to show you what I asked for, bring it back with you." He hesitated only a moment before adding, "Head straight for the comm belt, and move quickly." "Understood." Shirahoshi clutched the letter tightly, then turned to her companion. "Kun, let's go." "Yes, Lady Poseidon." The giant sea beast boomed, trembling with excitement. "Though I can't see a fish's expression, I can imagine yours right now." "Don't call me Poseidon." She smiled warmly. "Call me Shirahoshi. We're friends, aren't we?" Her laughter was as bright as sunlight breaking through the sea. With Kun carrying her away, Ryunosuke felt reassured. As long as they were in the ocean, even a Navy admiral would think twice before challenging that beast. Once she was gone, Ryunosuke sat alone aboard the ship of gods. The Infinity Stones, Raftel's hidden power, the Devil Fruits. The Guardians and Breakers, the world government. The three ancient kings, the pieces spun in his mind, tangled together like an impossible knot. Even with all the information he had gathered, the bigger picture remained shrouded. Then one thought cut through it all, the D-Clan. His eyes narrowed. It wasn't the Devil Fruits. It wasn't coincidence. Their earlier experiments had shown it clearly. It was because Garp was a man of D-Monkey D-Garp. If that was the reason, then Sengoku and the others' inability to adapt, their strange reactions, it all made sense. His fingers closed tightly around the Den Den Mushi. Beru, Beru, the snail's eyes swiveled as the line connected. Captain, calling at a time like this, is this about the Wallows Islands? Doflamingo's voice carried a lazy drawl, but in the background came the deafening crash of explosions. Bullet must already be wreaking havoc. No, Ryunosuke's tone was firm. Where's Law? Where is he now? Trafalgar D. Law. The full name weighed heavily in Ryunosuke's mind. He didn't know if Law's D carried the same meaning as Luffy's, but he would find out soon enough. Law's in the middle of fighting Bullet. Luffy's gathered a group against him, Doflamingo answered, sounding faintly amused. Law's performance has been impressive. Why? Do you need him? Ryunosuke didn't hesitate. Yes, bring him to me, now. He rattled off his location, and Doflamingo clicked his tongue before cutting the line. On the battlefield, chaos reigned. Explosions shook the earth as bullets' roar echoed through the air. Then threads sliced across the ground, splitting the battlefield apart. Doflamingo, you planning to jump in now? Crocodile barked, surprised at the sudden intervention. Ever since learning Doflamingo had joined the Dragon Hunters, Crocodile had never fully gotten over the shock. Seeing him now, weaving threads with even more terrifying precision, only sharpened the sting. Doflamingo spread his arms, smiling wide. I'm not here for you. His gaze turned to Law. The captain wants you. Go. What? Law froze, stunned. Bullet's killing intent immediately shifted, locking onto the warlord. You came just in time. I was getting bored with this lot. Fight me, Doflamingo. The air around him crackled with raw conqueror's hockey as he lunged forward. TCH, looks like you won't take no for an answer. Doflamingo's grin sharpened. Fine, come, monster. The battlefield erupted once again, Doflamingo's threads clashing against Bullet's unstoppable might. And in the chaos, Law seized his chance. Ryunosuke had called for him. That alone outweighed everything else. After all, without Ryunosuke, he'd still be trapped in his old cycle of vengeance. Soon, Law arrived at the place where Ryunosuke was. At this time, Ryunosuke sat fishing on the ship of gods. Truth be told, as Joy Boy and King of the Sea, his fishing skills were laughably bad. He could have controlled the hook directly, but doing so stripped away all the fun of fishing. You're here, huh? Come on up. As soon as Law arrived, Ryunosuke slowly pulled out another fishing rod and handed it to him. Though filled with doubts, Law didn't press for answers. With a quiet room, he warped himself beside Ryunosuke, sat down, and began fishing. An hour passed. Law, how much do you really know about your family? Ryunosuke suddenly asked, still watching his line. Honestly, not much, Law replied with a hint of sadness. All I know is the role I was given at home, and the name passed down to me. It was a subject he rarely touched. Childhood trauma left scars, and Law had learned to hide them well. Even his crew never noticed. To them, their captain was an untouchable figure. So, do you know what that name actually means? Ryunosuke pressed. The D-Clan. In this world, many still bore that name. Even Blackbeard Teach, though whether his bloodline was genuine or forged was debatable. Yet, for someone like Blackbeard to claim it at all, there had to be a reason. Are you talking about the D-Clan? Law asked quietly. I've only heard rumors. Nothing from my family elders. Just legends whispered on the seas. Captain, are those stories true? He looked at Ryunosuke in disbelief. The D-clan, called the natural enemies of God. If that were true, why hadn't he ever felt different? His power came not from his name, but from his devil fruit. It's very likely true, Ryunosuke admitted. But I can't say for certain yet. That's why I asked you here, to test something. He turned toward him, eyes sharp. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Let's see if this D carries something special within it. From his coat, Ryunosuke drew out the green stone of infinity. It was the same one that had once been in Garp's possession, now entrusted to him. Is this the essence of life? Law's eyes widened. He'd seen something eerily similar before, back when Doflamingo had wielded it. The aura was the same. One liquid, one solid. Could it be that the so-called essence of life came from stones like these? Not exactly, but try it, Ryunosuke said. See if you can absorb it. He didn't explain further. After all, knowing and not knowing what you're swallowing made a world of difference. I see. Without hesitation, Law tossed the stone into his mouth and swallowed. A violent aura of life burst forth from his body. The air trembled with raw vitality. Law felt the surge ripple through his veins, far greater than anything he'd sensed before. He didn't know why the captain gave him such a gift, but he guessed it had to be tied to the secret of the D-clan. And besides, when the captain handed something to a crewmate accepted. Refusing would have been disrespectful. Soon, the violent aura that flared like a storm was completely suppressed by Law. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. When he himself had absorbed it, he nearly failed to contain its power. Yet Law handled it with ease. So his guess was right. The D-clan truly possessed a special physique. What secrets were hidden in that bloodline? The old man must have known something. It seems we'll need to trade information with him, Ryunosuke muttered. Burp. A sudden hiccup snapped him out of thought. He turned his head and found the culprit, Law, looking embarrassed. Captain, I feel kind of full, Law said awkwardly. But if it's about the D-clan, what do you need me to do? I've got plenty of energy now. Ryunosuke nearly choked on his own breath. That wasn't the point at all. Not right now. I've already confirmed what I needed, Ryunosuke sighed. But tell me, are you sure you don't know anything about the name you carry? Trafalgar D. Law? Law shook his head. I really don't, but if you want me to dig deeper, I do know one thing about the D-clan. He smirked faintly. For example, your brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Ryunosuke froze. Then sighed. Luffy? If anyone expected that idiot to hold some great hidden knowledge, they were bound for disappointment. Seeing Ryunosuke's expression, Law scratched his chin awkwardly. Indeed, if they went looking for Luffy, that idiot probably wouldn't even know his last name carried any meaning at all. I got the answer I wanted, Ryunosuke finally said. Law, all you need to do now is continue your mission as before. But if your body shows any special reactions, anything unusual, you tell me immediately. He spoke seriously. Truth be told, it was best for his crew to have as little contact with Luffy's bunch as possible. Ryunosuke couldn't shake the feeling that if he spent too much time around Luffy, he'd catch that same reckless stupidity by osmosis. I understand, Captain. Should I head back now, or stay? Law asked cautiously. Don't bother going back. Ryunosuke smirked. If you go now, you'll just miss the battle anyway. Better to stay here and fish with me. I refuse to believe I won't catch a single fish today. He looked genuinely frustrated. Being humiliated by fish was something he had never expected in life. So Law stayed behind to fish. Hours slipped away in quiet patience, until the horizon shifted. Warships. Massive silhouettes loomed not far from their position. This is the Buster-class fleet from Navy headquarters. Law blurted out, standing at once. His nerves spiked. And there's so many. But then he remembered who he was sitting beside, the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. If anything, the Navy should be the ones trembling. Still, even Law couldn't hide his surprise. A fleet of this level wasn't something you saw every day. What's the Navy doing here? Ryunosuke muttered, his expression darkening. This lineup didn't match anything he'd seen before. In the past, it was usually Kizaru and Fujitora dispatched. But now, with the militant newcomer Green Bull alongside them, it was obvious the Navy hadn't come for idle posturing. No, this was a force meant to kill. Captain, should we Go and see what's happening? Law asked carefully. Ryunosuke's calm demeanor gave him some relief. No need, Ryunosuke replied. They already know I'm here. Those cunning dogs won't act recklessly. Just keep fishing. He rebaited his hook and cast the line back into the sea. Meanwhile, on the nearest warship, the dragon hunter pirate's ship. That's him. The pirate Ryunosuke, Kizaru was the first to sense his presence, and his brows creased in concern. Intelligence had suggested the dragon hunter captain wouldn't be here. His presence now could only mean one thing. He had designs on the Wallows Islands. If they issued a buster call here, Ryunosuke would likely crush them without hesitation. And considering his connection with Garp, the fallout could shake the balance of the seas. What troubled Kizaru most was simple. If Ryunosuke had found them, then surely they had already been marked. So what choice did they have? Hey, ha ha ha, a loud, arrogant laugh echoed from the cabin. The captain of the dragon hunter pirates is right here with just one underling? Perfect. I'll kill him myself. It was Green Bull, striding forward with that same smug arrogance. Kizaru's gaze sharpened. This man, handpicked by Sakazuki and tied directly to the world government, had been nothing but trouble. If he wanted to prove himself here, then fine. Let him try. Kizaru gave a lazy nod. One warship was left behind. The rest of the fleet pressed on toward the islands. Is it wise to leave him alone? Fujitora asked quietly as he moved to Kizaru's side. In his eyes, Green Bull was reckless, even insane, and yet he was still a marine admiral. Leaving him behind to clash with Ryunosuke, it was practically sentencing him to death. He wouldn't listen even if I tried, Kizaru replied flatly. Fujitora fell silent. He knew it was true. If Green Bull were obedient, Sakazuki wouldn't be tearing his hair out over him. Among the admirals, Kizaru was the most steady. Fujitora had his own sense of justice, which clashed often with Sakazuki's. And truthfully, there simply weren't enough admirals to keep order anymore. The navy was stretched thin. He might die, Kizaru muttered under his breath. After what he saw at Mariajoy, he should already know how dangerous that pirate is. Or maybe, Fujitora said thoughtfully, he's found a way to strengthen himself. Something unnatural. Kizaru's eyes narrowed. That would explain the strange aura he'd sensed from Green Bull recently. But if it was true, then things were about to get even more complicated. Back on the sea, as the larger fleet moved on, the lone warship remaining was noticed by Ryunosuke. Well, looks like our fishing trip just got interesting. A grin tugged at his lips. Seems someone's come to liven things up. At that exact moment, the fishing rod in his hand jerked violently. A surge of power ripped through the line. I've got one. Ryunosuke's eyes lit up. Hours of failure had finally paid off. But then, boom, a tall figure appeared before him. A terrifying aura exploded outward, shaking the sea. The fishing rod, even reinforced with armament hockey, snapped under the sheer force. The line broke. His long-awaited catch slipped away. Snap. The sound was sharp, final. Veins bulged across Ryunosuke's forehead as his killing intent flooded the air. Hey, do you even know what you just did? The fury in his voice was enough to chill the sea breeze. Even Law, standing beside him, felt the oppressive wave of bloodlust and knew instantly. Ryunosuke was truly enraged. Hey, he. The intruder stood tall upon the waves, life force radiating from every inch of his body. Ryunosuke, captain of the dragon hunter pirates, you're my prey today. Don't think of escaping. The fear you once made me feel, I'll return it to you tenfold. Green Bull sneered, his body vibrating with unnatural vitality. Law's eyes widened in shock. He knew this aura. It was the same overwhelming energy he had felt earlier, when he absorbed the infinite green stone. Ryunosuke wasn't observing Green Bull aura at all. What radiated from him now was pure anger. As expected, never disturb a fisherman. If you ruin his catch, no one can save you, so, after running your mouth this long, are you ready to die? A black aura began to seep from Ryunosuke's body. It was the breath of his mental power, pushed to its absolute peak. His strengthening ability even amplified his other powers in turn. You don't still think I'm the Green Bull you humiliated in Marihoa, do you? Green Bull snarled. I'm nothing like before. This time, you'll know real fear. A manic gleam filled his eyes as a terrifying surge of energy exploded from his body, the aura of the infinite green stone spilling into the air. After his loss in Marihoa, Green Bull had not returned to Navy headquarters. Instead, he'd been taken away by the world government. What happened to him there? No one knew. Not even Sakazuki, the fleet admiral. The only certainty was this: Green Bull had changed. He returned more arrogant, healing wounds that should have been fatal, even regrowing his lost arm. No technology in this world could do that. If it were possible, Zephyr would never have been forced to use a mechanical arm. Green Bull never spoke of it. Instead, he obsessed over the dragon hunter pirates, swearing they'd pay. He stalked them, hunted their traces, and when he finally found Meliodas, he applied for a battle order. He came back with his arms shattered and his body broken. Sakazuki himself wondered if the dragon hunters had held back and spared him. Yet once again, Green Bull healed, and now, he stood before Ryunosuke, overflowing with unnatural power. Fear? Ryunosuke's gaze sharpened. I've known fear in this world, but it isn't you. He lifted his hand. A black space tore open, sealing the two of them inside. Law, watching from outside, could no longer see anything within. Green Bull sneered. This might scare low-level Marines, but me? You're overestimating yourself. I'll show you terror after my rebirth. He lunged, fist wreathed in green light, and slammed it against Ryunosuke. Kong! A dull clang echoed. Ryunosuke didn't budge. Is this the power you're so proud of? His voice was laced with contempt. A surge of recoil blasted outward, sending Green Bull flying. Impossible! Green Bull gasped. This power, recognized by the highest authority, it should hurt even your kind. He stared at his trembling hand, horror dawning on him. A moment ago he was full of arrogance. Now, he looked like a bullied child, shaking on the ground. The strength of power is relative, Ryunosuke said coldly. Against children, you're strong. But in front of me, you're nothing. His aura roared to life, a phantom rising behind him. God's punishment. Ryunosuke raised the Yellow Springs contract. The temperature dropped instantly. Phantoms twisted into dragon-shaped specters that lunged at Green Bull. No, fear consumed him. His eyes went blank as a foul aura suddenly erupted from within his body. Ryunosuke's expression darkened. He recognized this presence. The aura of demons, the very breath whispered of in the legends of the 7 deadly sins. Until now, he believed demons were merely a powerful race, but as he felt it firsthand, doubt crept in. Perhaps he was wrong. He, a voice no longer belonging to Green Bull echoed out. Finally, I returned to this world. Is this the aura of those insects? HMPH. This world exists to be ruled by us. Green Bull eyes rolled back, his voice shifting, his entire presence warping. The man was gone. What stood before Ryunosuke was something else entirely. Demon, Ryunosuke muttered. He could feel it. This was no longer Katsuya. Demon, it's been ages since we've been called that, the creature chuckled. But yes, you can think of me as. Bang! Before it could finish, Ryunosuke's kick smashed into its face, sending the body flying. Wings of radiant gold burst from Ryunosuke's back. The demon froze. Impossible. How could anyone here possess holy energy? This is the Edgeworld. It should be impossible. The arrogance in its tone collapsed, replaced with panic. Holy energy, true holy power, was lethal to demons. This wasn't sealing, this was killing. Edgeworld, Ryunosuke smirked. So you're not of this world either. Outsiders should really learn some manners. The holy energy surged through his wings, invading the demon's body, burning it from within. Its fear was written plainly on its face. An evil smile curled on Ryunosuke's lips. Since it feared holy power, the rest would be simple. He infused his attacks with it. The dragons circling in the black space now shimmered with glowing light. Green Bull body, no, the demon's body, trembled in panic. To it, those dragons were no longer phantoms. They were death itself. The demon screamed, thrashing to break free of the cage-like space. But Ryunosuke wasn't planning to let it escape. Bang, bang, bang. The chamber shook violently as the clash continued. Ryunosuke could feel it clearly. This monster's strength was terrifying. And yet, despite such power, the creature now fled before him in desperation. It wasn't hard to guess why. This was fear, raw, primal fear of death. For someone nearly immortal, that fear was even greater than what ordinary men could ever feel. And right now, Ryunosuke had forced him to taste it. Don't bother with futile struggles. If you can tell me where you came from, and what your purpose is, maybe I'll let you live. As his words fell, his auras surged. Holy power roared forth, reinforced by his will. The phantom dragons encircling him closed in, surrounding Green Bull like hunters in the night. Trying to get information from me, Green Bull suddenly stopped running. His expression shifted from fear to something cold and unreadable. I'm just a pawn. If you think you'll learn secrets from me, you're overthinking. He laughed hollowly, then raised his head, eyes blazing with madness. Since I'm destined to die here anyway, then show me. Show me the power of someone who has mastered holiness. And with that, he charged again. This time, his strikes were different, desperate, explosive, each blow fueled by the last scraps of life force in his body. He was strong, frighteningly so. Against ordinary opponents, he could have crushed them with ease. But there was something else. Hidden within his strikes was a strange, corrosive energy. The devil's power. Ryunosuke recognized it instantly. Though its texture was alien, it was eerily similar to the dark energy he had sensed in Meliodas and the others. Yet under his holy blessing, that corrosive force slid off harmlessly. Pathetic. Puff, in an instant, Ryunosuke caught him by the throat, fingers digging into his neck like iron claws. This farce ends now. You've proven useless, so, die. At his command, the dragons swarmed. Golden light erupted, consuming Green Bull whole. Ah! A scream rose from the abyss itself. The entire chamber quaked, shadows rippling as the devil's essence writhed in pain. Ryunosuke's eyes sharpened. Come out! He yanked his hand through the writhing energy, dragging forth a shadowy form from within Green Bull body. Black and gray, twisted and formless, it pulsed like living smoke. So this is the essence of a devil's will? Ryunosuke muttered, frowning. Strange, it doesn't resemble the demons of the 7 deadly sins at all. Those demons had bodies, horns, forms of flesh and bone. But what he held now was no more than a ball of corrupted energy, without shape or face. One day, you too will. Puff, Ryunosuke didn't let it finish. He unleashed holy power directly into it. The shadow screamed once, then was obliterated before it could even struggle. All that remained was a single ball of condensed energy, trembling faintly in his hand. Ryunosuke studied it briefly, then raised his palm. The darkness around him shattered, and sunlight streamed into the chamber once more. Captain, are you all right? Law appeared. Worry etched across his face. That blast of energy from Green Bull had been dreadful, and for a moment he thought even Ryunosuke might have been harmed. But seeing him standing tall, unscathed, he finally exhaled. I'm fine. Ryunosuke tossed Green Bull corpse onto the boat like discarded trash. The gray-black essence followed, dropped carelessly onto the deck. Then, as if nothing had happened, he sat down again. Now, let's fish. This time, I'll catch a sea king. Law twitched. Green Bull body lying cold on the planks, that, he could accept. His captain was ruthless, he was used to that. But that thing, that gray-black mass radiating a hellish aura, it made his skin crawl. Its presence was suffocating, colder than the breath of the grave. He wanted to ask what it was, but seeing Ryunosuke's calm focus on fishing, Law kept silent. Meanwhile, time passed. On the Wallows Islands, the battle reached its end. As Ryunosuke remembered, everyone had joined forces to bring down Bullet. But this time, the Dragon Hunter pirates were involved. The first division led by Najenda were not just followers, they were hardened fighters. With their strength, plus Doflamingo's assault, Bullet could not withstand it. In the end, Luffy claimed the Eternal Pose, and destroyed it. The navy arrived shortly after, but seeing the Dragon Hunter pirates divisi 8N among the victors, they hesitated. After brief deliberation, Fujitora simply dropped a meteorite as a symbolic gesture of justice, bowed in respect, and withdrew. 3 days later, aboard the Ship of Gods. Captain, that battle was amazing. Leona beamed, recounting the clash in detail. Their fighting styles were incredible. I've never seen so much chaos in one place. Ryunosuke nodded calmly. The battle here is over. Next, Nijiko will take us to Pluto. Got it, Captain. Nijiko's hands moved swiftly over the controls, setting their course. Captain, are we really going after Pluto now? Najenda asked curiously. Did something happen? Ryunosuke's gaze hardened. Yes. Something big is coming. I've already summoned back the 7 deadly sins and the Phantom Troop. Nijiko. Does our course overlap with Navy headquarters? It does, but I can bypass it if you want, she replied smoothly. No need. Ryunosuke's voice was firm. We'll head straight there. After all, their admiral is still on our ship. Nijiko nodded silently and adjusted their path. 2 days later, the horizon filled with ships. Dozens of them, their presence undeniable. Captain, we're back. Why the urgent summons? What's happening? The members of the 2nd and 4th Divisions stepped onto the deck of the Ship of Gods, their voices full of anticipation. During this time, the crew hadn't been idle outside. The Phantom Troop had been gathering supplies and scouring the seas for resources, ores, weapons, devil fruits, and the like. Meanwhile, the 7 deadly sins searched for traces of demonic presence. And their efforts had already borne fruit. They had discovered the aura of the so-called Guardians. That meant the world government's recent moves in Green Bowl were likely tied to this very matter. Even though they weren't directly with the Dragon Hunter pirates, everything they did was tied to current events. Are you back? Good. Get ready. We're paying the Navy headquarters a visit. Ryunosuke's tone was calm but firm. Let's change ships. Sailing there on our current boat would be impolite. Meliodas tilted his head, confused. Captain, why would we bother with the Navy? In terms of strength or standing, they can't compare to us. That's exactly why, Ryunosuke replied. He tossed a ragged, gray-black shadow onto the floor. Its aura was foul and twisted. Meliodas narrowed his eyes. This, a demon seed? No, not a pure one. It carries the breath of a human soul, he muttered darkly. Where did you get this, Captain? Meliodas, son of the Demon King, recognized it instantly. For someone like him, who could even rival his father, the nature of such things was unmistakable. If this were their own world, it would have been nothing surprising, but here. I ripped it out of Greenbull's body, Ryunosuke said flatly. Meliodas's expression hardened. So, it's necessary we take a look at the Navy government. If possible, we'll make them cooperate. He gave a humorless laugh. And if the so-called world controller is nothing but a facade, well, changing the world controller isn't against their justice, is it? Ryunosuke never put stock in the Navy's ideals. Noble words aside, they were merely enforcers of the regime. Captain, you're saying this came from the Navy government? Meliodas asked again. Do you want me to investigate? No, I already know enough. He quickly explained what he'd discovered. Meliodas fell silent. If the Navy government was behind this, then the solution was simple: eradicate them all. Once these seeds spread, the world would drown in slaughter. Their ability to multiply and divide was monstrous. A single lapse could spell disaster. And if humans themselves, perhaps Dr. Vegapunk, the world government's prized mind, had created such things, then even controlling them might already be too late. Captain, how about we go right now and wipe them all out? Ben asked, frowning. The thought of such an abomination existing made his blood boil. If the world government really was behind it, the Dragon Hunter pirates wouldn't hesitate to strike. Something like this could never be ignored. Green Bull was proof enough. Though still alive, half his life was gone, body broken and soul torn apart. He only survived thanks to his overwhelming strength. But what about ordinary people? For them, being implanted with a demon seed meant certain death. Fight the world government again? TCH, Escanor muttered. Even if I can't die, the feeling of dying isn't pleasant. Maybe there's another way to handle this, for now. Unlike Meliodas and Ban, who treated death like an afterthought, Escanor was human. He had died once already. That taste never left him. Ryunosuke shook his head. We'll stir trouble for the world government, but not now. He tapped the shadow at his feet. The Guardians don't seem aligned with Roy or the government. But if we reveal ourselves, they might join forces to eliminate us. We can't risk that yet. He glanced at the crew. For now, we take another path. We'll go to the Navy first. If they're wise, they'll cooperate and investigate these seeds themselves. His voice grew sharper. But if they side with the government, then we destroy them. Because to Ryunosuke, the Navy wasn't just a rival power. They could become a direct threat to his people, ordinary men and women under his protection. If one day he returned from battle only to find his home ravaged by the Navy, it would be unforgivable. Understood, Captain. Meliodas nodded. Captain, can I have the demon seed? A voice cut in. Merlin stepped forward, eyes gleaming. Maybe I can research it. There's so little here worth studying. I asked for devil fruits, but what Crollo brought back was practically useless. She gave Crollo a disdainful look. Crollo merely smiled and shrugged. No way was he handing over all his precious collection just for her experiments. His hobbies mattered too. The tension eased as the crew fell into chatter, drinks being poured as they reunited after so long. But just as the banquet began, clatter, the sea roared as waves split apart. A massive black ship rose into view. That's Douglas Barrett's ship, Najenda whispered, stunned. She remembered it clearly. In the Wallows Islands, Bullet had fused with this very vessel in battle. So why was it here? Had he lost there, and come seeking revenge now? When Bullet arrived, Ryunosuke immediately explained to the crew why he had come. He'd already greeted the captain and was here to visit the ship. The crew, unfazed, simply continued with their work. Bullet, however, leapt up and landed squarely on the deck of the ship of gods. Captain Ryunosuke, here I am, he declared. His eyes widened as he finally took in the ship's full appearance. I have to say, what kind of ship is this? It's like a mobile fortress on the ocean. He gave a short laugh. How about this? Hand over your ship to me. I promise to merge it into mine and forge a warship that even the ancient Pluto couldn't compare to. He hadn't noticed before, but now that he was standing on it, the difference was overwhelming. This wasn't like the ships of ordinary pirate crews. Just floating on the sea, the vessel radiated a suffocating sense of pressure. Ryunosuke chuckled. Bullet, I've got some bad news. You might not be able to leave this ship for a while. He leaned back with a grin. But there's good news too. My crew will spar with you every single day. Bullet eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you planning to tie me to your boat? He scowled. I told you, I came here for a drink, my ship. Mid-sentence, he froze. Something felt off. Turning around, his jaw dropped. His ship was being swallowed by the ship of gods, leaving only half of it above the waves. For once, Bullet was speechless. He was the one who usually devoured other people's ships, scavenging everything useful. Never, not once, had anyone swallowed his. And now, the guy responsible was standing there casually, inviting him aboard. What kind of twisted trap was this? Don't look so gloomy, Ryunosuke said with mock seriousness. It wasn't me who told the ship of gods to devour your ship. You were rude earlier, and the ship didn't want to be absorbed by yours. That's why it acted on its own. Bullet blinked. You, ha 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 ha. Ryunosuke couldn't hold the act anymore and burst out laughing. Everything had been fine when Bullet got on board, yet he couldn't get off, and even his ship had been eaten. Unbelievable, Bullet muttered. That's just too much. Then he shrugged. Fine, if I can't leave, I'll just eat and drink here, but when the time comes, you'd better prepare a new ship for me. He sat on the deck, arms spread like a shameless scoundrel. His ship was gone, so he figured he might as well freeload. Ryunosuke didn't argue. Instead, he had everyone introduce themselves to Bullet. Even if he wasn't a crewmate, he was welcome as a friend on board. At first Bullet sulked over losing his ship, but then he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was he who had suggested swallowing Ryunosuke's ship first. Who would have thought the ship of gods could devour on its own? And with its spirit awakened, the blame rested on him. Surrounded by the dragon hunter pirates' enthusiasm, Bullet suddenly felt awkward, like he'd been the rude one all along. Before long, the banquet began. Food and drink flowed freely, laughter ringing across the deck. For once, Bullet felt no need to think about battles or ambitions. Perhaps this carefree state was another form of freedom, or maybe just a sweet escape from the world. 3 days later, most of the supplies had been eaten through, and the banquet ended. "Captain, there's a Navy branch ahead," Najenda reported. "Do you want to borrow supplies? The nearby islands are all under Navy control. If we need resources, we'll probably have to ask them." Ryunosuke nodded. "Go ahead, you can arrange it. Should we also take a break? Yeah, let's all rest." The moment he said it, the crew's eyes lit up. Bullet blinked in confusion. Rest? Isn't that normal? But judging by their reactions, it wasn't. Especially the combat members. Their eyes shone like they'd been granted a rare treasure. "Don't tell me these maniacs train non-stop?" Bullet thought. "Are they really this extreme?" He recalled Roger, who had been a completely hands-off captain, never caring about the day-to-day life on the ship. Without his reliable crew, Roger would have ended up drifting to impel down alone. Compared to that, the Dragon Hunter pirates were insane. "Hello, Mr. Bullet." Barrett turned to see a smiling young man step forward. "I'm Tatsumi, a combat member of the 1st Division. Back at the Wallows Islands, things were too chaotic, and I never had the chance to fight you properly. Would you be willing to spar with me now?" Tatsumi's polite tone caught Bullet off guard. He couldn't bring himself to refuse. It was just a spar, after all, and politeness demanded a fair answer. "Captain," Tatsumi said with a grin, "Mr. Bullet has agreed. Captain Crollo, can you create a space where we can fight without damaging the ship?" "No problem," Crollo replied calmly. With a wave of his hand, a transparent barrier formed, expanding into a vast arena. Square-inch arena. Perfect. I'll go in first. Tatsumi stepped inside, activating his Tigu. Golden armor flared around his body, and Bullet immediately remembered. Back in the islands, this golden figure had hounded him relentlessly, every strike carrying weight. That final clash he had planned, he never got to unleash it, because of this boy. Bullet couldn't help but be stunned. So it was this cheerful kid all along? There really isn't a single normal one in this crew? "Mr. Bullet," Ryunosuke said apologetically, offering a vial. "This is essence of life. If things get rough, drink it. My crew can be a little overenthusiastic. Please don't take offense." Bullet accepted it with a grunt. And in that moment, he understood. This crew's wildness was balanced by their captain's unfailing courtesy. No wonder they all carried themselves with such polite confidence. With that, Bullet entered the arena. The rest of the crew, they dragged over stools, cracked open melon seeds and peanuts, and popped sodas, settling down to watch like it was a festival. At this time, Ryunosuke walked to the side and took out the Denden Mushi. "Baru Baru, stinky brat, why are you calling me at this hour?" On the other end, Garp's voice came through, half irritated. "You know I'm still stuck in the Navy, right? Ever since he'd been tricked by Sengoku and Suru the last time. The thing Garp dreaded most was a call from Ryunosuke. If this kid was calling, it usually meant trouble. Especially when he remembered how Ryunosuke had already snatched up all the Infinity Green stones from the East Blue. "Old man, I know the secret of that stone," Ryunosuke said with a helpless tone. "If you really don't want to know, I'll keep it to myself." "What?" Suddenly, Garp's voice cracked into a sharp roar, completely different from the lazy one from moments ago. "I said, I know the secret of the Infinity Green Stone," Ryunosuke repeated, his voice calm. "And this secret is tied to you, old man." "Ha, I guess when people get old, their hearing starts to go bad." Ryunosuke smirked, circling around the truth. But Garp's breathing grew heavier. He'd been experimenting with the stones before, trying to find a way to use them. If he could, maybe Sengoku or Suru's fading strength could be reignited. They'd all been dulled by time, and the stones could have been their second chance. "What's your condition?" Garp cut in directly. Ryunosuke wouldn't share this kind of news for free. That wasn't his style. "My conditions are simple. Uncle Garp. You know about D, right? I want the truth." "D," Garp's voice shifted to something more casual, almost dismissive. "That's just an excuse cooked up by the world government. There were some strong people with D in their names, sure. But their actions weren't illegal. The problem was they never bent the knee to the world government. They were unpredictable. So, to prevent hidden threats from rising, the government invented the whole natural enemy of God nonsense." Ryunosuke blinked, taken aback. "That was it? That simple? Then how did you explain law? or why only the D-clan could absorb infinity stones without issue. Clearly, either Garp truly didn't know the truth, or he was lying through his teeth. After all, if you didn't know, you'd simply admit it. But Garp had bothered to spin a story. "Old man, if you're going to lie, then I'm not interested in doing business with you," Ryunosuke said with a grin. "We're practically family here. If you count Luffy, I might as well call you Grandpa. Is it really okay to fool your own grandson like this?" His playful jab only deepened Garp's silence. After a long pause, the old man finally asked, "Why do you want to know about D?" It sounded like he was ready to be serious. "Because the truth about the Infinity Stones is tied to D," Ryunosuke replied. "Among my crew, there are D clan members. They don't know the meaning of their name either, but despite not being that powerful, they could perfectly fuse with the Infinity Stones. You understand what that means, right, old man?" "You're saying the D clan can absorb them naturally," Garp muttered after a pause. He fell silent again. How many Ds were left in the world now? He could count them on one hand. Most had already vanished into history. "Is this something you discovered yourself?" Then, in a voice rough with irritation, Garp barked, "If you want to know the D-clan's truth, then drag yourself to Marine headquarters." "Eh? And how do you know I was already heading there?" Ryunosuke asked awkwardly. He'd only wanted to probe for answers, but the old man seemed to see straight through him. "You're coming here, for what?" Garp asked warily. With Ryunosuke's current identity, him showing up at headquarters was nothing but bad news. If this had been back when he first set sail, Garp might have thought he'd come to surrender, but now. "I have something I want to discuss with the Navy. Don't worry, I'll keep a low profile. No trouble. Even if we don't reach an agreement, I'll leave quietly." Ryunosuke's words were calm, almost reassuring, but to Garp, that only made it sound even more suspicious. "Fine, if you really come, I'll tell you everything then." And with that, Garp hung up. For a moment, it almost felt like the old hero had admitted defeat. Age was catching up to him, after all. His juniors were dwindling, his burdens growing heavier. Maybe the frustration he carried was finally starting to weigh him down. "Captain, are you still on the line?" Shino's voice snapped Ryunosuke out of his thoughts. "Come quick. Bullet about to die." Ryunosuke's eyes widened. It was just a sparring match, how could it get that bad? Because the fight had been sealed within the small arena. No aura had leaked out. Ryunosuke hadn't noticed the situation. By his estimate, Bullet should have only fought one or two opponents at most, nothing fatal. Rushing to the arena, he found Bullet sitting on the ground, refusing to stand. Inside the ring, his opponent was Ban. "Oh!" Ryunosuke instantly covered his face, both speechless and embarrassed. If it was that guy, then yeah, it made sense. Ban's ability was shameless. You couldn't kill him. You couldn't even hurt him. Bullet must have smashed Ban's head apart with a punch, panicked that he'd killed him, only to watch him regenerate as if nothing had happened. Then, Ban would counterattack, and it hurt, bad. If you kept fighting that kind of opponent, it wasn't just exhausting, it was mentally crushing. No wonder Bullet looked like he was ready to cry. "Bring them out," Ryunosuke sighed. At his order, Chrollo released the ability, and both fighters appeared on deck. The moment he emerged, Bullet realized the entire Dragon Hunter crew had been watching the whole time. He froze. All this time, he thought no one could see what was happening inside the arena. Now, he knew the truth. This crew, from top to bottom, there wasn't a single honest soul among them. Bullet, who had just been praising how polite and respectable this pirate crew seemed, felt utterly betrayed. "Mr. Bullet," Ryunosuke said in mock sternness, "why don't you take a break, heal up with some life essence and fight again later? But let me make one thing clear. You don't need to train against people like Ban, Escanor, or Meliodas. Stick to sparring within the crew." Then he added with a smirk, "Don't bully an honest man." Bullet's expression twisted even worse. He felt like he'd just been the butt of the cruelest joke in the world. Originally, Bullet already felt humiliated being bullied by a monster like Ban. Now, with Ryunosuke adding those words on top, it was simply insult to injury. His heart, already fragile, took a second blow. "Well, everyone, don't be so enthusiastic. Mr. Bullet is our guest, after all. What are you doing dragging him into this?" Ryunosuke's voice carried across the deck. But hearing those words only made Bullet feel even more wronged. Guest? These people really thought he was a guest? What kind of guest gets dragged straight into a brawl the moment he sets foot on board? Sparring with Tatsumi he could still stomach. Trading punches like that reminded him of his old days, fighting for real. There was a sense of raw satisfaction in it. But this wasn't just sparring, that guy was a monster. Even standing before Ban, Bullet would never dare call himself a descendant of demons. He wasn't worthy. No, Ban was the real devil. And then, as if to crush his spirit further, he learned from Ryunosuke that there were other monsters like Ban among the dragon hunter pirates. How was anyone supposed to live with that kind of blow to their pride? Captain Ryunosuke, could you give me a ship? What? They're coming. I'll be right there. Ryunosuke cut him off mid-sentence and vanished in a flash. Bullet hand hung awkwardly in the air. It felt like raising your hand to ask the teacher for a bathroom break, only for the teacher to ignore you and demand you solve the math problem on the board instead. With Ryunosuke gone, Bullet could only glare at the others in dissatisfaction. Well then, since Mr. Bullet wants a break, come sit and eat melon seeds with us. Xiao Di, go fight Leona. Crollo casually waved his hand and opened his square-inch arena. Maki entered without a word. Leona followed with a fierce fighting spirit. Though Maki specialized in materialization, her combat ability was frightening in its own right. After her ability evolved, her one-on-one prowess was formidable. Soon, the two clashed violently. Bullet, who had been sunk in gloom, found his mood shifting as he watched. Without realizing it, he accepted the melon seeds Tatsumi handed him and joined the others in munching while spectating. Not far away, Ryunosuke observed from a distance. That was close, he muttered. Such a good sparring partner almost got scared off by Ban. Akame smirked at his side. Brother Ryunosuke, doesn't he know what kind of experience he'll get aboard this ship? Did you trick him into coming? I didn't lie to him, Ryunosuke shrugged. He climbed aboard of his own will. It was true. There had been no deceit. Captain, most of the chaos is under control now. Najenda walked up, calm as ever. Meliodas and Ban are still fighting. Do you want to watch? A fight between those two? Ryunosuke raised a brow. Bullet's going to break down again after seeing that. He smirked. Come on. Let's see what a primordial battle looks like. Returning to the crowd, he sat among them, grabbed a bag of melon seeds and joined in the spectacle. Ban and Meliodas clashed with reckless abandon. Both were merciless. Limbs were torn, bones shattered, but thanks to their bodies, each injury healed almost instantly. Even a severed arm was nothing but a passing inconvenience. The battle had its own savage beauty, an aesthetic of pure violence. Bullet stared wide-eyed. Can humans really fight like this? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such combat was possible. Eventually, the match ended. But as the fighters emerged, bloody and battered, their wounds began to heal at a speed Bullet found unbelievable. And this time, they hadn't even used the essence of life. These weren't men. They were monsters. Where in the world had Ryunosuke gathered such creatures? Even awakened zone users couldn't match that recovery ability. How about it? Ryunosuke's voice cut through Bullet's daze. He was standing beside him, smiling. My crew is more fun than you expected, right? Fun? Bullet's lips twitched. It's brutal. The first division still looks somewhat normal. But once you hit the second, everything gets bizarre. Crollo, Phaeton, the rest, monsters. And that delicate-looking little girl? Fierce as hell in battle. The fourth division, he trailed off, unable to finish. Every one of them was on par with Roger's top officers. And worst of all, they were all still young. Or so Bullets thought. He didn't know that Meliodas alone had lived longer than Roger's entire crew combined. To be free on the seas, to do as you please, Ryunosuke's eyes sharpened. The first requirement is strength. Stay on my ship, and you'll grow stronger. You don't think I only want you as a sandbag, do you? He pulled out Raftel's eternal pointer and dangled it casually. You're saying this is my payment for playing punching bag? Bullets asked, suspicious. At first, he truly believed Ryunosuke was only using him as a training dummy for the crew. But now, he realized he'd been wrong. These people didn't need him for experience. Many aboard were already stronger than him. Call it returning a favor, Ryunosuke grinned. If you don't grow stronger before you leave, I'll give you a bottle of life essence as compensation. But I believe you will. That smile, it was dangerous, disarming. A smile that could make you forget the pain and believe the impossible. Bullet felt his doubts melt away. I understand. Keep your life essence. Even now, I can feel myself growing stronger. Maybe it's just been too long since I fought like this. Bullet chuckled, his spirit lighter than before. Ryunosuke smiled as well. Perfect. The sandbag was ready. No matter what battles came next, Bullet would endure. After settling Bullet, Ryunosuke returned to the command room inside the hull. Captain, Nijiko immediately stood to attention. Relax. He waved a hand, smiling. Nijiko, I brought something, a treasure. It'll be of great use for your future work. Her heart skipped a beat. Ryunosuke was strong, handsome, and… Geino, come out. Before her thoughts could wander further, Ryunosuke's voice rang out. Hearing Ryunosuke's words, Nijiko raised her head to look at him. At that moment, a little elf-like creature appeared on his shoulder. Round and chubby, with a face almost resembling Ryunosuke's own, it looked both cute and mischievous. Geino, this is Nijiko, Ryunosuke introduced with a smile. You've been watching her for a while, haven't you? She's our ship's navigator. I think you'll be more than satisfied with this partner. Geino nodded, clearly recognizing Nijiko. A ship spirit that can talk? Nijiko's eyes widened in shock. As a navigator, she knew of ship spirits. They were rare, but not unheard of. Phantom presences that sometimes appeared when a vessel was in dire need. Yet they were usually intangible, their voices incomprehensible to human ears. But this little being before her was real, tangible, and speaking plainly. Nijiko, I'll be leaving Geino in your care, Ryunosuke said warmly. He can directly control the ship of the gods, so you don't have to sit here guarding the helm all day. As a pirate, you should spend more time out on deck, enjoying the sea. So, this was what you meant, Captain, Nijiko murmured, her expression tinged with faint disappointment. Otherwise, what did you think I was going to say? Ryunosuke asked, genuinely puzzled. To him, handing her control over Geino was already a grand gift for a navigator. No, I thought so too. Nijiko quickly recovered. Alright then, let me talk with Geino first. She gently cradled Geino in her palm and began interacting with him. Ryunosuke found the sight a little odd, but as a straightforward man, he didn't dwell on it. Leaving the control room, he let the two of them bond. It didn't take long for Nijiko to realize that Geino was more than just a ship spirit. The ship of the gods wasn't merely a vessel. It carried astonishing hidden functions, most of them powerful combat systems. Until now, the dragon hunter pirates had always relied on their own strength in battle, rarely calling upon the ship itself. Out on the deck, Ryunosuke found Bullet sparring with the crew. By now, Bullet had grown accustomed to life among the dragon hunter pirates. Not only did he fight alongside them, but he also took time to guide Kobayashi and others in their training. Beru. Just then, Ryunosuke's Den Mushi rang. Captain Ryunosuke, are you heading to Navy headquarters? Morgan's excited voice came through the line. Yes, Ryunosuke replied casually. Why? What's wrong? He hadn't gone out of his way to announce it. He wasn't headed there to cause trouble, after all. How Morgan's learned of his movements was a mystery, but nothing to hide. Captain, I've just received word. The world government is also moving toward Navy headquarters. At your current speed, you'll likely cross paths with them. Should you avoid them, or fight? Morgan's tone brimmed with anticipation, almost more eager than if he were the one heading into battle. I haven't decided, Ryunosuke said calmly. But avoiding them isn't an option. Since we're bound to meet, give me their location. And arrange for the newsbirds. Understood, Morgan's answered quickly, his excitement evident, before hanging up. Ryunosuke shook his head with a sigh. This guy. Though their partnership had often left Morgan's at a disadvantage, over time he had grown used to it, until it became the new normal. Whether Morgan's liked it or not, he was less a partner now and more like Ryunosuke's little brother. Najenda, pass the word, prepare for battle, Ryunosuke ordered. The newsbird will deliver coordinates shortly. Nijiko will take the helm. We're going after them." "Got it, Captain." "The world government again?" a crew member roared with excitement. "We didn't get enough fun last time. This time, leave it all to me, I'll smash them with my fists." The crew's morale surged instantly. Meanwhile, Nijiko received the chart and coordinates. "Gaino, let's show everyone your true strength. The chart's been entered. Weather is steady in the area. Activate swift mode." BZZZ. The ship of the gods trembled. Its shape shifted as vibrations coursed through its frame, the sensation carrying across the deck. "The ship's changing. What's going on, Captain?" "Oh my god, it can transform?" The crew's shock grew, Bullet included. His own ship had once changed form, but that was through his ability. This was different. This was the ship itself revealing its own power. Before their eyes, the ship of the gods streamlined into a shuttle-like form. In the next instant, a tremendous burst of inertia pressed everyone backward. The ship vanished in a flash, leaving only the ripples of displacement behind. Lord Escanor, Captain and the others, they're gone. On another ship nearby, Escanor was calmly polishing glasses when a pirate came rushing over. "Gone?" Escanor asked, still wiping the cup. "The captain and the crew aren't in danger. There wasn't any sign of an attack." "No, Master Escanor, they weren't attacked. The ship just disappeared, vanished before our eyes." "What nonsense are you babbling about?" Escanor muttered, frowning as he stepped outside. But sure enough, the ship of the gods was gone. He released his observation hockey, sweeping the area, yet found nothing. Not even the faintest trace remained. Even for a ship running at full speed, this was impossible. "When exactly did they vanish?" Escanor asked. "Just 3 minutes ago," the pirate replied, still breathless. "It was so fast I only caught a blur before it was gone. The ship wasn't attacked, it just ran away on its own." Others who had witnessed it all nodded vigorously. Escanor's brows furrowed. "I'll call the leader." And sure enough, the report came back the same. The ship had truly slipped away. Even now, they were all left stunned. That ship was just like a hacker breaking through the world itself. New release, Naruto. Aizen Sosuke 3 Souls, 1 Destiny. A genius from modern Earth, the original Aizen from Bleach, and an Aizen born in the Naruto world. 3 minds merge into a single, transcendent being. With unmatched intellect, godlike power, and the calm of a man who's already seen the truth of every world, he begins his quiet domination of the shinobi era. In a world bound by chakra and deception, Aizen stands above all, the perfect strategist in a land ruled by war. When knowledge meets ambition, even the gods must kneel. On the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship, everyone was staring in awe as the scenery around them shifted rapidly. One moment, their destination was far ahead. The next, it flashed by right at their side. The ship of the gods was moving at a speed that defied comprehension. Thankfully, the instant it activated, Ryunosuke and Crollo had already used their telepathic ability to form a protective shield around the crew. Without it, anyone careless enough could have been blown away by the sheer force. "Captain, when did our ship get this fast?" Najenda asked, her eyes full of confusion as she gazed at the world rushing past. Ryunosuke scratched his head, clearly embarrassed. He knew the ship had been upgraded, but he hadn't really studied it carefully. This sudden burst of speed caught even him off guard. "I don't really know." He paused. "Better ask Nijiko about this." Before he could finish, Nijiko emerged from the control room with a calm smile. In her arms was a tiny glowing figure. "Captain," she said, "this is also our partner. I thought it was time you all met." Everyone blinked in surprise. "Who's that? What's that little thing in your arms?" "Wow, it's so cute. This is Gaino," Nijiko explained. "He's the spirit of the ship of the gods." The tiny being lifted its head and spoke in a clear voice. "My name is Gaino. I am the spirit of this ship. Please take care of me from now on." The crew erupted in chatter. "A talking ship spirit? Incredible. He's kinda like our mascot. Does that mean the ship itself is alive?" "Interesting little guy." Merlin leaned in with a playful smile. "Mind if I study you? Who knows, I might even find you a girlfriend." "Don't want," Gaino replied flatly, eyeing her warily. Pretty or not, this woman was dangerous. "All right, Merlin, don't tease him. Ryunosuke cut in with a laugh. Geino isn't just a mascot. He knows every control and ability of the ship better than any of us. That warp just now must have been his doing. The truth was more complicated. The spirit was no separate being, but rather the ship of the gods itself manifested in spiritual form. Ever since Ryunosuke had fused the heart of eternity with the ship, it had transformed into this state. It was tied to mysteries of the Infinity Stones, but for now, the important thing was this. The ship had changed. And it was a change that seemed very much in their favor. The crew surrounded Geino, poking and prodding curiously. The spirit endured it with remarkable patience. Ryunosuke almost laughed. This wasn't just a ship spirit anymore, it was practically their mascot. Meanwhile, on a massive vessel elsewhere at sea, a very different conversation was unfolding. Lord Findus, aren't we being a little hasty, going straight to Navy headquarters like this? Ilok, deputy commander of CP and aide to the newly promoted elder, spoke with unease. In the war against the dragon hunter pirates, the Navy fought with everything they had. If we strip them of their authority now, it could cause serious consequences. Findus, one of the new 5 elders, sat calmly, listening. Ilok pressed on. The Navy already has our men embedded within. We could erode them gradually. Why replace them outright? This approach is extreme. Findus' expression didn't change. Our time isn't as plentiful as you think. The Navy is no longer a sharp sword in our hands. Not even a proper front anymore. He glanced at Ilok, his voice calm but firm. Do you know why? Ilok hesitated, then answered slowly. Because, the Navy has become too weak. Too weak to suppress the sea's chaos. Especially against the dragon hunter pirates. Findus gave a faint nod. It was true. The dragon hunters had shattered the balance that had kept the seas in check. Now, the Navy's deterrence was little more than the level of the 7 warlords. Worse, the government's attempts to reel the warlords back had failed. Buggy was the only one chased into hiding, while the others fought back head-on. The Navy, hesitant to commit fully, feared provoking the dragon hunters or leaving themselves vulnerable to other threats. The result was a string of half-measures and failures. Findus' tone sharpened. If a dog is beaten until it cowers, it can no longer guard the house. That is what the Navy has become. The only way forward is to replace it with a new one. Ilok frowned. But many of the senior officers won't obey us. The older generation especially. If we force this change now, the Navy may collapse outright. Zephyr's new force could absorb them all. Then we won't just lose our tool, we'll face a formidable enemy. You mean Sengoku and the rest of those relics? Findus waved a hand dismissively. They're nothing to be afraid of. Old dogs who've already lost their bite. Ilok fell silent, realizing further protest was pointless. Neither man noticed the small newsbird perched high on their mast, recording every word. Not long after, that information reached Morgan's. The great newsman leaned back, wings tapping the desk as he read the report. Replacing the Navy, are they? That's quite the story. Should I let Ryunosuke know? His bird also carried images of the ship of the gods racing across the sea at impossible speed. At this rate, the dragon hunters would cross paths with Findus' ship within a day. If that happened, Findus might never even reach Navy headquarters. He and his crew would be sunk before they could make their move, robbing Morgan's of what could have been the scoop of the century. But if he warned Ryunosuke, the dragon hunters might act differently, robbing the story of its chaos. As he wrestled with the choice, a familiar voice cut through from the Den Mushi on his desk. Well, you've gone quiet. What is it you want to tell me? Ryunosuke's calm, cutting tone jolted Morgan's upright. In his excitement over the news, he had nearly forgotten he was still on the line. Well, actually, Morgan's composed himself quickly, feathers ruffling as he grinned. He had weathered storms before. Best to tell Ryunosuke first. Whatever trouble followed, well, that would only make tomorrow's headlines all the bigger. New release, Naruto. Aizen Sosuke 3 Souls, 1 Destiny. A genius from modern Earth, the original Aizen from Bleach, and an Aizen born in the Naruto world. 3 minds merge into a single, transcendent being. With unmatched intellect, godlike power, and the calm of a man who's already seen the truth of every world, he begins his quiet domination of the shinobi era. In a world bound by chakra and deception, Aizen stands above all, the perfect strategist in a land ruled by war. When knowledge meets ambition, even the gods must kneel.